Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Pink Dino Media. So today we're diving into a case that really has shaken up the state of Florida. It's about Collin Griffith, the 17-year-old Dudley son accused of brutally murdering his own mother, Catherine Griffith. I don't know what so we're going to go through the background. Sorry, it's early. Haven't even had my coffee yet. So before we get into today's live coverage, let's break down everything you need to know about the history, the crime, and what we can expect as this case unfolds in court. So who is Collin Griffith? Well, this is not the first time Collin has been tied to a violent crime. We're going to go back to February 2023 in Lincoln County, Oklahoma. At just age 16, Collin took the life of his father, Charles Griffith. He was initially charged with first-degree murder, but the prosecutors there apparently later dropped the case because they felt like they did not have enough to make that stick. So they couldn't, they couldn't disprove his claim of self-defense. And then after that, Collin had packed up his bags and went to Auburndale, Florida to live with his mom, Catherine. And if you're thinking, well, maybe this was a second chance to turn things around, think again. Because we go fast forward to November 2023, and the police were already back at the Griffith home. And this time it was for DV, domestic violence incident, according to reports of a violent act with his mother for pushing her down and stomping on her and even threatening her. It was bad enough that he was taken in for a psychological, I can't even talk this morning, a psychological evaluation under the Florida Baker Act, which allows the authorities to temporarily detain someone when they're a danger to themselves or their loved ones. So then it brings us to now September 8th of 2024, the end of this last year, the night Catherine Griff lost her life. Collin called 911 that evening, claiming his mother had accidentally fallen on a knife during an argument. But when the officers arrived, the scene told a different story. Neighbors came forward saying that they saw Collin dragging his mother by her hair into the house, screaming for help. And that's a terrifying image. Can you imagine being that neighbor witnessing that? Then there's the autopsy report, which concluded that Catherine's injuries didn't line up with the accidental fall at all, but instead it looked like intentional violence. That was enough for the police to charge Collin with first-degree murder and kidnapping. So here we are today. I can't believe how quick Florida, some of these cases just fly by. I think this September of 24 and we're already, what is it? January 29th? Geez, 5 months and we're already having a trial. Anyways, the prosecution today is going to be, in this case, is going to be arguing this was all premeditated. That Collin had a history of violence against his mother at this time, and it escalated to murder. The defense, we'll have to see, but they could try to argue self-defense or maybe even mental instability given his past. One of the things for sure, there's a lot riding on this trial because if convicted, Collin could spend the rest of his life in prison. So, what can we expect from today's coverage? We'll be watching live updates from the courtroom, breaking down some of the key witness testimonies. I have been going through all the paperwork on this. There's quite a bit, folks, let me tell you. And I just don't know, honestly, with Collin's mother's side of the family, the stuff that I'm hearing, it's kind of like a breakdown in between the middle. Like some are for Collin and then some are not. So I'll see how that, shakes out. And of course, I want to hear your thoughts. Drop a comment in chat. Let us know what you're thinking. Does Collin's past makes him guilty already in your own eyes? Is there still more to the story? So I'm going to tune it over into seeing if trial's already starting. I do see the judges up on the stand, and let's give it a shout. Okay, I'm going to zoom this real quick, see where we're sitting at. Give me 1 second.
Judge, I just wanted to remind you that the Oklahoma ruling is very narrow about what can come in, because I anticipate that there will be a witness from Oklahoma today. I don't know if it's a good idea to instruct him before he testifies, to be safe.
Who's the witness?
Christopher Hyde, Your Honor.
Is he, do you know about when today he might be testifying?
Yes, either right before lunch or right after lunch, Your Honor.
All right. So when you intend to call that witness, just ask for a break.
Yes, sir.
All right.
The other thing is, I did object during jury selection to references to this murder, but I do appreciate that the state not use words that invade the jury's province and imply that the ultimate facts have already been decided, like kidnapping and murder, things like that.
Mr. Levine?
Your Honor, I will be using the words murder and kidnapping. There's nothing wrong about that or objectionable. That's what he's charged with. There's nothing inappropriate about saying those words. Obviously, the jury is here to determine whether he's guilty of those things.
Ms. Thornhill, are you referring, for instance, if Mr. Levine is asking a witness, at the time of the killing or murder, as Mr. Levine wants to say, that it's that type of,
Right.
when he's talking to a witness, not saying things like that?
Not talking about the charges, because of course those are what the charges are, but speaking with, say, a detective and saying, when Collin murdered his mom, when killing is fine, that's fine, homicide is fine, incident is fine, describing facts is fine, but using the words that are going to be, it's going to be the jury's duty to determine whether a kidnapping and a murder happened.
Any additional response, Mr. Levine?
Your Honor, first I thought she was referring to opening statement, which doesn't sound like she has a problem, and she should not have a problem with me saying murder or kidnap in opening statement. As it pertains to questioning of the witnesses, if I feel like it's appropriate and there's nothing to the contrary from the court, I don't think there'll be anything inappropriate about using those words.
Yesterday he called the
Openings. You're not talking about openings?
I mean, I would prefer that we keep it more neutral at this point, rather than assigning actions a certain legal description or conclusion that the jury is going to be required to reach, rather than either one of us.
I think that the use of the word murder or kidnapping or anything that connotes a legal conclusion about this killing or these events, depending on how that comes out, the context in which those words are used, I think certainly sometimes that would be a sustainable objection. For instance, if you're asking a witness questions and you say something like, at the time that the defendant murdered his mother, did you know X, Y, or Z, or something like that. I think that is inappropriate and argumentative. I'm a little uncomfortable saying you can't say any of that at opening statements until I hear that. So just be on your toes, Ms. Thornhill, and I'll entertain any objection you have at that time. Of course, openings are not supposed to be argument, so the state needs to be cautious about its word choice in opening statement. But I could envision a circumstance when use of the word murder or kidnapping would be appropriate in opening statement and not argumentative. I think it just depends on how it comes out.
I understand.
So I'll direct the state to avoid using those words in an argumentative context during the course of the trial until closing arguments, especially when questioning witnesses. Do you have any questions about that?
I do, Judge.
All right.
And I will say that this arose yesterday because Mr. Levine referred to a knife that was going to be produced in evidence as the murder weapon. So it's that sort of context that concerns me.
Anything additional, Ms. Thornhill?
Just about unsupported opinions being offered by witnesses, and things like bragging, unremorseful. We touched on that briefly the other day, just as a reminder, so that I'm trying to avoid me standing up objecting over and over and over.
Again, I think a lot of those things are context specific,
I agree.
and some lay witnesses can give opinions based on everyday observations. For instance, if someone is crying, I think it's appropriate for the witness to render an opinion that they look sad. But in general, I agree with you that lay opinion, when not supported by common sense deductions, is not appropriate. But you'll just have to cross those bridges when and if we come to them.
I like to say we can jump off that bridge when we get to them, but maybe that's just me being pessimistic.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Mr. Levine, nothing? All right. Do we know if the remaining juror has arrived?
Yes, Judge, they're already accepting the
They're on their way out. All right.
Does that mean I have time to take a quick break?
Yes.
So if you're just joining in, apparently they do not want the word murder used at all during the trial until closing arguments.
Sometimes lawyers
And apparently
opening statements or
they
closing
are
arguments
waiting on a
or
juror.
closing arguments will harken back to something that someone said in jury selection. If that is anyone's intention in this case, please do not identify a juror by name. Just one of you or something like that. Or if you must identify the person, which I don't know why that would be necessary, use a juror number.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Thornhill, the state proposed jury instructions. Did you receive those?
I did, and I reviewed them.
The preliminary instruction and the note-taking instruction appear to be standard. Is there any objection to them?
Objection.
And again, you do want me to include the portion regarding your client's right to remain silent?
Yes, please.
All right, we're ready when you're ready.
I don't know if you recall during the motion of hearing that during the 911 call, Collin asked to be taken to the back so he was not in here while listening. He would prefer that again. I don't know if that's logistically possible.
It is. It's his right to waive.
I don't know. Colin
Present.
seems cool as a cucumber. What do you think? I mean, it's like,
Right,
oh,
your client.
Right.
business as usual.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Griffith, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your
You heard what your lawyer just said?
Yeah, yes, sir.
I recall that during the hearing regarding the 911 call that was placed in this case that you asked to be excused from the courtroom. And is that your desire when it's played during the trial?
Yes, sir.
You understand you have the absolute right to be present for the entirety of these proceedings, including the presentation and publication of evidence before the jury. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity at some point in the past to listen to that recording?
No, Your Honor, but I don't have a desire to.
You understand you have the right to examine all of the evidence that's being presented against you.
Yes, sir.
And you do not wish to do that. And you do not wish to be present when it's published if it's received in evidence during the trial.
Yes.
Have you discussed this with your lawyers thoroughly?
Not thoroughly, but I don't really have any objection. If you have an objection to it, I will accept the return.
Judge, we have not discussed it, for hours or anything, but we have discussed it multiple times, and Collin has been consistent in his wish to not be present while it is played. I feel confident that he's making an informed decision.
If you have some questions for your lawyer or some additional concerns about whether or not you should be present when it's published, I'll give you that time right now.
Do you want to go in the back and talk a little bit?
All right. Could you let Mr. Hertel know just to hold them in the hallway for just a moment?
Or if it's probably not going to be played before the break, then
All
we're
right.
break.
That's a good
Let's
idea.
do that. Yeah.
No, don't hold him. We'll handle it after the break. But we do need to talk about at that time where he's going to go.
Right.
Because,
I will speak with,
I don't know if you want the jury to see him going back through the holding cell doors. But.
yeah, and I don't know that I might that or not. We'll have to talk about that a little bit more.
All right. We're good, Mr. Hertel.
All right, please.
Approved.
Please be seated. Good morning. Welcome back. Again, my humblest thanks for your continued service in this case. You have been selected and sworn to try the case of the state of Florida versus Collin Griffith. This is a criminal case. Collin Griffith, the defendant, has been accused of the crimes of first-degree murder and kidnapping. The definition of these crimes will be explained to you later. I want to remind you, you must decide this case based on the evidence presented and the law that I give to you. Evidence consists of the sworn testimony of witnesses, exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else that I tell you to consider as evidence. The state's charging document, the indictment that I read to you during jury selection, I want to remind you, is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as any proof of guilt. Remember that it is my responsibility to decide which laws apply to this case and to explain those laws to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state has proved its accusations against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt in accord with the law that I provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Now, before we go any further, it might be helpful if you understand just a little bit about how a trial is conducted. At the beginning, the attorneys will have the opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. However, what the attorneys say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined or questioned and cross-examined. Documents and other exhibits may also be produced as evidence. Following the presentation of evidence, the attorneys will have the opportunity, again if they wish, to make a closing argument, and following those arguments, I will instruct you upon the law applicable to this case, and you will then retire to consider your verdict. You must not form any definite or fixed opinions about the merits of this case until you have heard all of the evidence, the arguments of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law. Until that time, remember, you must not discuss this case among yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. Jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. Jurors must not conduct any investigation on their own. That includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to the case or the people and places involved with it. You must not visit any of the places mentioned during the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Remember, if you were to investigate, research, or make inquiry on your own outside the courtroom, I have no way to ensure that what you are doing is proper and relevant to the case. The parties likewise do not have the opportunity to dispute the accuracy of anything that you may find, to provide rebuttal evidence to it, or to make argument with respect to that evidence. Non-court inquiries, investigations, and communications unfairly and unlawfully deny the rights our judicial system promises. Now, remember as well, this prohibition regarding communication would include communication with anyone, whether that's close family, friends, employers, neighbors, and each other. No communication means no in-person communication, telephonic, electronic, such as emailing, text messaging, or posting information on an internet website or social media application, or any other form of communication. As I mentioned during the trial, we will be taking recesses, and you are permitted to go about your personal affairs during those times. However, it is important to remember that the prohibition on communications applies to the case during these recesses. That's whether you're in the courthouse or anywhere else. If at any time you find yourself in a situation where others are discussing the case in your presence, leave that situation immediately, and at the first opportunity, report it to me by writing it down, giving it to a bailiff, and otherwise keeping it to yourself. As I mentioned, all cell phones, computers, tablets, and other devices must be turned completely off when you are in the courtroom. You may use these devices during the recesses, but even then, remember, you may not use them to gather any information related to the case or to communicate with anyone. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of each other. Each of you has a right to privacy. We don't want that jeopardized by someone taking pictures or making recordings. I want to remind you that a violation of these rules related to communications and outside investigation, violations I should say, come with serious consequences, including contempt of court, which is punishable by jail and fines. Also remember, a violation would very likely result in a mistrial, meaning I would send everybody on their way and we'd start all over from square one. That's an expensive proposition for the court, the lawyers, litigants, witnesses, court personnel, your fellow jurors, and the community of taxpayers who foot a major portion of this very public expense. Now, the attorneys are all trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure. It is their obligation to make all objections that they feel are proper. Now, when an objection is made, you must not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer. With respect to objections and other legal matters that will arise during the trial, it will be necessary from time to time that I confer with the attorneys outside your hearing. I attempt to minimize the inconvenience to you and having to get up and go back to the jury room by conducting as many conferences as possible out in the hallway with the court reporter, the attorneys, and the defendant, who will have a headset here in the courtroom, and one of his lawyers with him will be out there discussing those matters outside your hearing. You might have heard such conferences referred to as sidebars. Many conferences can be handled in that fashion. However, I assure you there will be times where the arguments I need to consider are more extensive and not properly received here, or in the hallway I should say, with you waiting here in the courtroom. So you will be asked to step into the jury room from time to time. No matter where that conference is held, you must not speculate on what we are discussing during any of those times. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so, but you are not obligated to take notes. That's up to you. If you decide to take notes, don't get so involved in that process that you become distracted from what is occurring in the courtroom. Among the many things I will be telling you about how to weigh and consider the evidence, one thing I will tell you is that you should consider not only what the witnesses say, but how they act. You can imagine if you're looking down most of the time taking notes, you might miss some important nonverbal information coming from the witness stand. Also, do not be influenced in any way by the fact that I will be taking notes throughout the trial. I do not do that because I think this, that, or the other thing is critical to your determination. I do it simply to save us time later in the case in the event there is a dispute as to what occurred earlier. If I did not have detailed notes, I would have to ask the court reporter to hunt through her stenographic record, find what I'm looking for, and read it back to me outside your presence. She is eminently capable of doing that, but it is quite taxing for her and time-consuming for all of us. So that's the only reason you'll see me taking notes. If you do take notes, whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of any other juror. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's individual memory of the evidence. Mr. Levine, does the state wish to give an opening statement?
Yes, thank you.
You may proceed.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It was a Sunday evening, September 8th of last year, in Auburndale, Florida. And it was at that time that the defendant viciously and savagely unleashed his full fury and hatred towards his mother upon her, when he stabbed her with such force that the knife went shooting through her neck muscles, through her esophagus, through her trachea, through her thyroid cartilage, and shot out the other side of her neck. You will hear and see that as this happened, she began to bleed, and bleed profusely through the huge gash in her neck. While she bled, the defendant was there and watched as the blood came out of the huge hole in her neck. You're going to hear that he was there as he watched the blood and the life drain from her body until she took her final breath and was officially dead. You're also going to hear that this was exactly what the defendant meant to do, and that this is exactly what the defendant had thought about doing and had wanted to do for quite some time. So much so that he told multiple people, including multiple Charlotte County Sheriff's Office deputies and his own grandfather, the father of the defendant's mother, Collin Griffith. His name's Robert Willantis. You're going to hear from him. He'll fly in from New Mexico, and he'll tell you about those haunting statements that the defendant made. And you're going to see that exactly what the defendant said he wanted to do and said that he would do, he accomplished on the night of September 8th of last year. But how did Collin Griffith get there, bleeding out on her mother's kitchen floor? In order to understand that, we're going to have to take a step back and take a walk through some time. So you're going to see, of course, not just what happened on and around September 7th and September 8th, some of the critical time leading up to the murder, but you're also going to see and hear how this all began. Now, we're going to take a trip back to February 14th of 2023, the year prior to the defendant killing his mom. At that time, the defendant lived in Oklahoma. And you're going to hear on February 14th of 2023, the defendant killed somebody else when he shot that person 2 times. He shot that person in the chest, and he shot that person in the head. You're going to hear that it was undisputed that he shot that person, that he was arrested for that killing, and that he has not been charged to this date. Now, after that killing, ladies and gentlemen, the defendant, as a little bit of time progressed, he moved back to Florida. He had been living with his dad for a number of years in Oklahoma, approximately 3 years or so. While he was living in Oklahoma with his dad, his mom lived in Florida in some different places, but including Port Charlotte most recently. And you're going to hear that while the defendant lived with his dad, the mom, as any mom would, greatly missed her son. And she didn't get an opportunity for different reasons, including a very controlling dad that the defendant was living with. So Collin Griffith basically didn't have much contact with her son, not because she didn't want to, but she would try to call him and talk to him, and it pained her greatly that her son was not with her. You're going to hear that there's another brother, an older brother. He really doesn't have much to do with this case, but nonetheless, there was an older brother who lived with his mom, Kathy, for a period of time before he moved out of the house when he was old enough. So, as the defendant moves to Florida, his mom wanted to make up for lost time. That was 3 years, 3 critical years of her life and his life when they didn't do mother-son things. They didn't spend time together. They didn't have all those opportunities that maybe other kids and other parents had. So Kathy, the defendant's mom, tried to make up for lost time. and she took her son on multiple vacations. They took cruises. They went to Disney World. They traveled out of the country. They went to Washington, D.C. And she spent all her time and affection and money on the defendant. That was her son. And that's who she had missed for all those years. Now, was Kathy Griffith the perfect parent? No. Was she the perfect person? No. But nobody is. But you're going to hear that she gave everything that she had, including her life, to try to take care of the defendant and spend as much time as she could with him, even at the cost of her life, which ultimately is what happened. Now, as the defendant and his mom lived in Charlotte County, in Port Charlotte, they lived in a house, a well-kept house. It was the two of them. And they did plenty of things together. Like I said, they went on vacations. They went to the movies. They hung out. It was just the two of them. So they had nothing but basically one-on-one time. And you're going to hear that Kathy Griffith, like any mom, expected certain things. These weren't off-the-wall, dictator-like things. These were simple things that she thought would be appropriate to teach her son about responsibility and respect. Chores, minimal chores, such as weed whack in the backyard, taking trash and food or candy out of his room, helping her around the house with whatever little odd jobs might happen. But you're going to see in here, the defendant wanted nothing of that. He didn't want to be inconvenienced. He didn't respect his mom. He didn't care about his mom. And wherever this deep-seated anger and hatred came from, it was real within him. And he told people about it. So as the days turn into weeks and weeks turn into months, his anger, as you'll see, was building and building.
Judge, I'm going to object to this being argumentative.
As the time went on, you'll see that the mom had to deal with a lot of issues, including being attacked by her own son. You'll hear a little bit about the defendant being arrested at a certain point for domestic violence battery. He was a juvenile, as he still is a juvenile. And you'll hear that he was put on some probation. But in essence, he was not happy with his mom. So he took her down on the ground and stomped on her hand. But they continued to live together. The mom, you'll hear, was afraid of the defendant and what ultimately might happen to her. And she was afraid he would kill her. But she loved him. And you're going to hear that she wanted to be with him. And she was cognizant of the fact that when he turned 18, he was probably going to leave the house. And that would, for all intents and purposes, end that one-on-one time. And he would continue on with his life however he saw fit. So it wasn't like every day was chaos or bedlam in the house. But the defendant had issues. The mom had some issues. But they were working through them. Now, sometimes they would go to the movies together. Sometimes there would be good days. And you're going to actually get to see kind of like an inside peek of some time on September 7th and September 8th, the day that the defendant killed his mom. You're going to see that in the form of Ring camera footage that Kathy had set up inside because she was so afraid of what her son might do to her. And you're going to see that there was cameras set up in different parts that basically captured the same or similar things. But you're going to get to see some footage from a kitchen camera that captures the kitchen as well as into the living room. So you're not going to have to sit through 48 hours or 72 hours of just nothing happening. But you're going to see some clips so you can kind of tell what the vibe was on those last 2 days of Kathy's life. You're also going to get to be able to see the timeline as it continues. We talked a little bit about jury selection, about a timeline, because nothing happens in a vacuum. So as the defendant's living with his mom, he starts making these statements that he wants to kill his mom. And that if he has to go back to his mom, he's going to kill her or do her harm or do himself harm. And he tries to make accusations against his mom that you'll see she was never arrested for anything as it pertains to the defendant. But nonetheless, he starts telling detectives, he starts telling deputies. And so the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office has different units, as does a lot of law enforcement agencies. And you'll hear that they took a proactive approach because they didn't want to see anything bad happen to the defendant, and they didn't want to see anything bad happen to the mom. So you'll hear that there were multiple deputies and detectives that would check in on the family, would check in on mom, would check in on the defendant. And their goal was to try to ensure that both parties got along and that, of course, they lived long, happy lives together. It didn't work out that way, not from a lack of their trying. So as the year continues, the defendant, as I mentioned, got arrested for the domestic violence battery. He got Baker acted a time or two. And when he would be about to be released, he would make statements. Basically, he would say he didn't want to go with his mom. If he went with his mom, he was afraid of what might happen, of his anger, that he would kill his mom. He also made statements that he was afraid that she would do something to him. But the reoccurring theme that you will hear from the witnesses from the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office is that the defendant verbalized what he ultimately did, which is that he would kill his mom. You'll hear from one or more deputies that even asked him, well, how are you going to do that? And he specifically mentioned, sometimes he would mention different things, like shoot or stab, but a reoccurring theme was he would mention that he would stab his mom. So the intervention continued with the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office. They would talk to both Kathy on the phone, the defendant on the phone. They were accessible. They would call and check in. They would stop by the house and talk. And the defendant and his mom independently, they had the ability to call the deputies and the detectives as well. Now, 2024, around February 19th or so, around that time, or perhaps a little bit earlier, the defendant sent a text message. He had many communications with an attorney that was
I'm gonna object based on we don't know if this is going to be admissible.
Approach. Mr. Levine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, continuing on to some of the statements that the defendant made that explicitly forecasted what he did on September 8th of 2024. I mentioned the name Robert Willantis. Robert Willantis, as you'll hear, was Kathy Griffith's father. He's the maternal grandfather of the defendant. You're going to hear that Robert Willantis, of course, had a relationship with his grandson, loved his grandson, cared about his grandson, and still does. And the defendant told him something that was super, super disturbing, to say the least. You will hear from Robert Willantis that the defendant said to him that he wanted to kill his mom and how he was going to do it. And the defendant said, more than anything else, I want to slit her throat and feel her bleed out and feel the life leave her body. That's how much I hate her. You're going to hear that Mr. Willantis, needless to say, was absolutely shocked. And he told his grandson, that's sick, that's twisted, you can't do that. You know, you and your mom have issues and you're going to need to work through those issues. September 7th of last year. The morning started with Kathy buying her son, or letting him use her credit card to buy Starbucks. Bought a couple drinks, a breakfast sandwich, and the defendant came home. And this is going to be some of the ring footage that you see. So you'll be able to see some of these interactions. And you're going to see the mom and the son and some about how they're talking to each other and kind of what happened that day. The mom had minimal requests of the defendant. On that specific day, she wanted her son to help her put up a bookshelf. The defendant didn't want to be bothered. The mom wanted her son to weed whack the backyard. The defendant didn't want to be bothered. The mom wanted her son to clean up the food and the candy that was in his room, attracting ants, but the son didn't want to be bothered. You'll see that he had his Starbucks, he had his sandwich, he wanted to do what he wanted to do, which was he wanted to take a walk, get out of the house and exercise. So the end of the day, or sometime during the day, the end result is that the mom got fed up with him. Kathy was sick and tired of being disrespected, sick and tired of doing everything for her son, and basically told him, get out until you can show me some respect. Well, the defendant had no problem with that, because he just wanted to do what he wanted to do when he wanted to do it, so he went to his grandma's house. So that's how the defendant and his mom in Charlotte County, how their lives come to Polk County. Because the defendant's grandmother, who is Kathy's mom, her name is Susan Detman. Her and Robert Willantis used to be married back in the day. She had multiple houses, one in the Keys, one in Auburndale, and perhaps one somewhere else too. So the defendant got in his car. It was a nice Volkswagen, black four-door. You'll hear and see that the mom had a white four-door Volkswagen. And the defendant the defendant drove to his grandma's house in Auburndale. And you'll see and hear at his grandma's house, he didn't have to put up with his mom asking him to do things, or to be respectful, or to do chores. You also hear that during the relationship between Kathy and her son, she got him video games, she got him a phone, she let him use her credit card to fill up, and use his bank card to fill up gas. She provided food. Of course, she provided shelter, clothes. I mean, the basic necessities, but she did more than that. The defendant, you're going to hear and see, is a very smart individual. He was in high school and was, I believe, taking college courses and had an interest in the law, and you're going to see that he's a fairly smart individual, and he would use that knowledge to try to do certain things. So on September 7th, the defendant leaves. The mom is at home, and the mom's angry. She's not happy. Does she want to hurt Collin or kill him or do anything to him? No. She's mad because she knows that her time with her son is slipping away. He's 17 years old by now. Incidentally, he was almost 16 when he killed the individual in Oklahoma. Now he's 17 years old on September 7th and September 8th. So mom is not happy because he's disrespecting her. He's not doing the chores. She's busting her rear end doing everything for this kid who's ungrateful, and she's mad. But nonetheless, she wants him home. She doesn't want him with her mom. She doesn't want him out running the streets or not knowing where he is. So she continually texts him and calls him. Her only desire is to get him home. Not to be mad at him or hurt him or ground him. She's willing basically to bend over backwards, as you'll see from the evidence, to just be with him. That's what she wants, is just time with him. You're going to get to see through text messages between her and him, her state of mind and what was going on. And the defendant was basically just blowing her off. He didn't want to be aggravated. But you're going to see kind of the mom was frantic, and once again frantic in terms of being a mom and wanting to know where her son was and wanting her son back in her house. So she started to give him ultimatums, things that she wasn't going to follow through on. Some of the things. She was hoping not to have to follow through on any of these things. But you're going to see that she was saying, if you don't come home, I'm going to sell your car. If you don't come home, I'm going to cancel your insurance. I'm going to turn off your phone. And she would turn off the phone that she provided for him multiple times. She would turn off his phone. She would take away his computer. All things that she bought. She bought him a computer for his school. She bought him a phone because, of course, that's what parents do. And you'll see when you're a child, you can't get a cell phone with AT&T or have an account with AT&T if you're not 18 or older. So he was relying upon his mom, and happy to do so, because she made sure that he had everything that he wanted. So she was saying these things because basically she was hoping that he would be afraid of them and would come home, but he could care less, as you'll see. But then the Oklahoma killing resurfaces. And you're going to see that besides just pure anger and hatred towards his mom, that his motive, an additional motive for killing her, was what she texted him. Because he was concerned that Oklahoma killing was going to come back around. Of course, it was still under investigation and still is, but that was going to be reopened. And you're going to see firsthand why the defendant didn't want that to happen. And why that just infuriated him even more towards a mom that he hated and couldn't stand for no good reason. You're going to see firsthand that Kathy texted her son between 12 and 12:29, and he received it. And she texted him, Collin, the recordings of you admitting to killing, and then she stated who it was, and planning the murder. There are 4 different instances from my Ring camera, are all going to Bob, Susie, Amanda, and Chris at 3 p.m. today. And mind you, this is the day that he murders her, shortly thereafter. She continues on, plus the recovered audio from Chuck's iCloud. Chuck is the defendant's father, Kathy's ex-husband. So Kathy continues on, plus the recovered audio from Chuck's iCloud, where you told your dad you hated me and I was an evil bitch, are being sent too. My dad is sending me his recordings of you telling him how you planned my murder back in February. Audio, video, emails, texts, and phone records are all being sent
For the record, no, you cannot have a single one. Your attorney can request them. She continues on. All because you didn't want to help me mount a bookshelf. That took under 30 minutes. Weed eat the backyard and clean your room because bugs were in the candy you had all over. Remember, you chose this. You have 10 minutes to call me and fix this, Collin. When the defendant read that text, his anger level just rose even more. Later that same afternoon, Kathy pressed it even more. And she sent a text to her mom, Susan Detman. And mind you, the location where the defendant had run to was Susan's house, his grandma's house. She was down in the Keys at one of her houses, so Collin had free range of the place. Hey, no rules, nothing to do. He could do whatever he wants to do. Nobody's even there to supervise him. And that's why he would like to go places where there were no supervision. I mean, specifically his grandma's. So Susan was in contact with the defendant because she was driving up from the Keys, and the defendant was staying at the house there. So Kathy texted Susan a similar text message. And she texted her mom, Collin's grandmother, tell Collin the recordings of him admitting to killing, and then she stated who the person was, and planning the murder. There are 4 different instances from my Ring camera, are all going to Bob, Susie, Amanda, and Chris at 3 p.m. today. Plus the recovered audio from Chuck's iCloud where Collin told his dad he hated me and I was an evil bitch are being sent too. Dad is sending me his recordings of Collin telling him how he planned my murder back in February. Audio, video, emails, texts, and phone records are all being sent. For the record, no, you cannot have a single one. Your attorney can request them, so can Collin's. You're going to see that afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, in an eerie video, Kathy changes her clothes. I mean, you're not going to see her change her clothes, but you're going to see she appears in the exact clothes that her son would kill her in, just mere hours later. And you're going to see that she had on some blue jean shorts. She had on a black t-shirt with a coffee motif. And she had a nice leather purse / backpack over her shoulder. And she left the house. And she was not happy. She was not happy at her mom. She was not happy at Collin. But she had one thing that she wanted to accomplish, which was not to do her son any harm, but to get him home so they could continue being mother and son. So she made the drive from Port Charlotte to Polk County. And you're going to hear that at a certain point, she arrived. Sometime in the ballpark of 5 o'clock, shortly before the defendant would murder her. Now, there were 2 ladies across the street in separate houses. But you have the grandmother's house on one side of the street, and then basically the 2 neighbors that lived across the street from the grandma, two nice ladies you'll hear from. But they both kind of independently saw and heard things. And you're going to hear that at around 5 o'clock, and one of the witnesses, I believe it was Miss Sally Bell, she remembers the time frame because she was about to leave for church. And she and her husband, you'll hear that they always like to leave right around 5 o'clock or touch before 5 in order to get to church and to talk to people and get a seat. So around 5 o'clock, these 2 ladies, Sally Bell and Nancy Jones, independently, they're just at their houses, they see Kathy, and they see the defendant, and they're having an obvious argument. They also see that Kathy is not doing anything violent to the defendant, but she's animated, and the defendant is animated. And then they saw the defendant grab his mom by the hair and start dragging her from the driveway carport into the house. And as that happens, Kathy is telling her son, Collin, stop, let go, let go. Let go of me, you're hurting me. And that's the last that those two neighbors saw of Kathy Griffith. That's the last anyone would see of Kathy Griffith alive. You're going to have an opportunity to see crime scene footage and crime scene video, and you're going to see that the violence continued and started on that day when the defendant grabbed his mom by the hair and dragged her into the house as she was saying, let me go, Collin, you're hurting me. You're going to hear and see that this mom was doing nothing violent or physical to her son, who she took care of and loved. But the defendant thought it was all right to grab his mom by the hair and yank her into the house. Well, what happened on the way to the house? Kathy, one of her AirPods falls out. It falls in the mulch. The defendant drags her into the house, infuriated. Another earpod falls out of her other ear. You're going to see photos that Kathy would wear AirPods a lot to talk on the phone, listen to music. You're going to hear as he dragged her and was furious, you're going to see her AirPod case falls in the living room as he continues to drag her to the back of the house, letting his anger and rage come out. You're going to see the crime scene of that brutal, vicious, savage killing that I mentioned at the beginning of the opening statement. You're going to see pictures of Kathy who came out of her flip-flops as the defendant was attacking her. You're going to see photographs of a charger that is strewn about on the floor from when the defendant was attacking her. You're going to see that same brown leather backpack/purse that was over her shoulder when the defendant was attacking her came crashing to the ground. And you're going to see that it's got blood all over the place. That when he stabbed her, she was still holding it. There's blood on the outside. There's blood on the inside. There's blood on the front, on the back, on the wallet. And you will see firsthand the carnage that Kathy suffered as she laid in the pool of blood that came out of that deep gash in her neck, compliments of her son, Collin Griffith. When all the evidence is in, ladies and gentlemen, you should come to one conclusion. That being that the just verdict is holding the defendant responsible to what he chose to do on September 8th of 2024. And that just verdict, based upon the evidence that you will see and hear, is that you find the defendant guilty of both first-degree murder and kidnapping for the crimes that he perpetrated on his own mother. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levine. Does the defense wish to give an opening statement? You may proceed, Ms. Thornhill.
Good morning. You're probably expecting me to say something very different from what Mr. Levine presented, and you'd be right. I'm going to start by introducing some of the people that are a part of this family and whom you will hear from. You've heard some of their names already, but I think it's helpful if you know the relationships among them. So first we have Collin Griffith. Obviously you are aware of him. He's 17 years old. Catherine, or Kathy as she's known, Kathy Griffith, is Collin's mom. And tragically and sadly, she is no longer with us. Susan Detman is the third main person who is involved in this saga. Susan Detman is Kathy's mom and Collin's grandmother. Christopher Griffith is Collin's older brother, so son of Kathy and of Charles Griffith, who goes by Chuck sometimes. He was born when Kathy was very, very young. She got pregnant when she was 13. She gave birth at 14. Collin came along a few years later. You've already heard about Robert Willantis. He is Kathy's father and Collin's grandfather. You heard that he lives in New Mexico, and he has for many years. He's sort of removed from the family a little bit. Some other names you may hear are Christy Rooney, who is Kathy's older sister, oldest child of Susan and Chuck. John Paul Willantis, who is the younger brother of Kathy, also the child of Susan and Robert Willantis. Susan is now Detman. Finally, there is Nicky Markovich, who is now Susan's husband, and Kevin Markovich, who is the son of Susan and Nicky. So the half-brother of Kathy and the half-uncle to Collin. Okay? I should have drawn a family tree, but at any rate, this family, like a lot of families, at times is very close and at times has its issues. You'll hear about these cruises that multiple family members took together, but you'll also hear about estrangements and fights. The common denominator in the estrangements and fights, Kathy Griffith. She is the person who is periodically, or for really long periods of time, estranged from any number of those people that I have mentioned. You heard that she lived separate from Collin for many years. That was after her divorce from Charles Griffith. With Susan, the other main player, who you'll hear from, it depended not on the year or the month, depended on the day and sometimes even the minute, whether Kathy was communicating with Susan or whether she was telling Susan she never wanted to hear from her again and that she was dead to Susan, or that Susan was dead to her. Susan was a regular part of Kathy's life because she lived in Florida and close in Florida. Susan periodically stayed in Charlotte County. You heard about some of her other homes. She travels quite a bit, some for work, but for a variety of reasons. But she is the constant in Kathy's life. Always there when Kathy needs something, especially money. Some of the things you heard about that Kathy provided for Collin, according to Mr. Levine, were actually provided by Susan. Susan paid for every single trip they took, and that Kathy chose to take. Susan would pay Kathy's phone bill sometimes. At any rate, Susan was the constant. She will tell you about Kathy's personality. She'll tell you about her mental health problems. She'll tell you about Kathy's drinking and misuse of pills. She will tell you about Kathy's threats to commit suicide over the years, but not just threats. She will also tell you about the several attempts Kathy made on her own life. Beyond that, you're going to hear that Kathy not only wanted to cause harm to her own self, but Kathy has threatened or done harm to other people. You'll hear some of those details about some of the things that she actually did to another person in front of Collin, involving weapons. You will hear that she has threatened to kill different people at different times and actually taken steps towards completing that wish. You also hear that Kathy is not exactly reliable in what she says. You'll hear this from her own mother, that she makes things up, that she is unpredictable, she is erratic, and goes into rages. As I said before, Kathy has been, or was still estranged from multiple family members at the time of her death. I won't go into the details now, but you will hear about some of those details as well. So let's go back to September of 2023, now that I've sort of laid the scene. The family went on a cruise in September of 2023. Susan paid for it. It was Susan and Kathy and Collin and Kevin, and I'm not sure if anybody else went or not. Kathy got upset on that cruise. You'll hear that Kathy, according to her own mother, if somebody doesn't do something that she expects them to do, she gets very angry. And in this particular situation, Kevin and his girlfriend was also on the cruise. Were supposed to meet her at 8 o'clock to go to some activity on the cruise. And apparently Kevin and his girlfriend were late, and Kathy got really upset and started saying that they had lied to her and that she was done with them, and she ended up getting her own room for the last night or two of the cruise to be separated from everybody else. You'll hear that as Kathy and Collin were driving home from the cruise, and Kathy's already mad, at least according to Susan, that Kathy was also upset with Collin. You'll hear a variety of things about why she was upset with Collin. You'll hear that she claimed that he was failing a class, and that's why she was mad at him. He wasn't ever failing a class. Every single screenshot on the phone records that show his grades show A's and a B or two. Collin graduated early from high school with college credit. He was not failing. You may hear that Kathy was upset with Collin because he had an appointment set up with, he was dual enrolled too. So he had, high school teachers, but also college professors. She got upset that he said, "Oh, I have an appointment with one of my teachers or professors," and she was mad that she hadn't been told that in advance. There was a disagreement. So either on the way home or when they get home, you'll hear that Collin told this to police later, by the way, that my mom handed me an envelope and said, "Here are all the important papers you'll need if I'm gone." Then they are inside the house, and Kathy got her gun. The gun that she has owned and lied about whether she had it in her house or not at a variety of times, and pointed it at her son and said that she was going to either shoot him or herself or both.
And then she handed the gun to Collin and said, "Just shoot me." She's ordering him around the house. At one point sends him outside and says, "When you hear the pop, you can come back in." Makes him sit down outside her bedroom, cross-legged. When he didn't want to sit cross-legged, she said, "You're going to sit cross-legged," with the gun pointed at him, while she sits on the bed. At some point, Kathy, I guess, decided not to go through with whatever her plan was. And in her erratic and unpredictable way, she put the gun away and drove Collin to school. So Collin goes straight to his teacher and says, "My mom just pulled a gun on me. She threatened to kill me. She threatened to kill herself. I'm scared." So the teacher immediately goes to the school resource officer, and they get the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office involved. Collin repeats to multiple people, his teacher, the SRO, the sheriff's officer, deputy that comes. And they did send someone to Kathy's house because they were doing this investigation, and Kathy won't open the door. She didn't want to speak to the officers. Eventually, they convince her to speak with them. She said she'd had bad experiences with law enforcement in the past. She finally says, "That never happened. Collin's just making it up because he's upset that he was failing a class, and I took away his phone and his AirPods because he's failing a class." Okay, so divergent stories, right? Sheriff's deputies go back to Collin at the school and say, "Your mom says this never happened. She says you're just mad at her and made the whole thing up." And Collin is like, "No, it happened. This is what she did to me. She has a gun in the house." They didn't believe him. They believed Kathy. So, when he repeats, now to DCF staff members who are investigating, and he tells all of these details too, and the DCF worker has access to all of the prior DCF reports that exist from Florida that uniformly talk about Kathy being violent with others, Kathy not being protective of her children, Kathy threatening to or committing violence on other people. Despite all that, they believed Kathy. Collin repeated again and again, "I am scared to be with my mom. If she does something to me again, like pull a gun on me, if she attacks me, I will defend myself, and I may hurt her." So they put Collin in a Baker Act facility for those statements. Interestingly, Kathy, rather than being relieved that her son, who allegedly threatened to kill her, is in a safe place, does everything she can to not cooperate with the people in the Baker Act facility, the sheriff's deputies, DCF. They insist, because of what happened in Oklahoma, and because of what he said his mom had done to him, and because he said, "I don't feel safe going home because I'm afraid of what she might do to me again and what I will do in response," that he was safest in this facility. Kathy won't sign medical release forms so they can get more information about the family. She won't approve any medication for Collin. And then she hires a lawyer to get him released from the facility against all advice. when they were getting ready to release him to Kathy, he says, "Do not send me home with my mom. I am scared. She threatened me. If she comes at me, I'm going to defend myself." So they put him back in the Baker Act facility. By the way, they find out she does have a gun. Like, she owns the gun. Collin tells DCF, "I would rather go into foster care than go back with my mom." Because he didn't feel safe with her. Eventually, after you heard about the special unit from Charlotte County Sheriff's Office that got involved with the family, this is when they get involved. And you'll hear about either Corporal or Detective Rentis, he's a male, and Detective Lacey Zanoniani. A lot of times she's referred to as Lacey or Detective Z. But they start getting involved with the family. They're making suggestions to Kathy about how to handle this situation, and she is fighting against them in any way she can. She eventually Kathy tells Detective Zanoniani that Collin is going to this place called Sandy Pines, and he's going to be there from between 60 and 90 days. They're going to work on a treatment plan for the trauma he has suffered, for the statements he's made. But after 3 days, Kathy checks him out of Sandy Pines against medical advice. There's a family meeting where Kathy admits to pulling a gun on Collin. But everybody in the family says, nope, Collin's going home with Mom, because Mom was insisting on it. It's her way or the highway. So that happened in September of 2023. Next you'll hear is about the November 2023 incident where Collin ended up getting arrested. What you'll hear is, once again, diverging stories about what happened. On November 12th of 2023, Collin called the sheriff's office. He may have even called Corporal Rentis. Okay, so he is reaching out. He is being forthcoming. He says, my mom and I had a verbal argument. I left the house because I'm scared. She told me that I should just pack my bags and go. But then you'll hear this happens over and over. It's a theme. She will kick him out, but then she'll claim he's a runaway and he must come back. Inconsistent. So he called Rentis and says, I don't feel safe at home because my mom still has her gun and because she's threatened me before, and now we're fighting. We're arguing. That night, on November 12th, the deputies decide that it's best if Collin go with Susan, his grandmother, be separate from his mom, which I think you'll hear from the sheriff's deputies is kind of what they think would be best for everyone, is to just not have Collin and his mom living together. But Kathy is insistent that he continue to live with her, despite her knowing what he has said. And remember, he has said, if she attacks me, I will defend myself. If she threatens me, I'm afraid of what might happen. So, Susan picks Collin up on November 12th. She brings him to Auburndale, which is she teaches, and her in-person teaching job is here in Polk County. So that is her main residence, is Polk County. But that's a 55 and older community. You're not supposed to have kids there for very long. You've got Kathy yelling, demanding that Susan bring her son back. You can't steal him from me, even though this is a resolution to the argument that Collin and Kathy had, and that Collin is saying he doesn't feel safe with his mom. At any rate, next day, Susan, who is a trooper, brings Collin back to his mom. Best decision? Probably not, but I don't think you can ever know what other people are going through when you're not going through it yourself. So she brings him back to Kathy, and they're all together in the home. And Susan will tell you quite honestly that she doesn't remember if it was this day or another day, because there were many days like this where she took Collin, and then Kathy insisted she bring him back, and then Kathy would go on a tirade against Collin when he came back. It may have happened this day, it may have happened another day, but Susan will tell you that Kathy punished Collin, because even though sheriff's deputies had mediated this, Susan's going to take him for the night, let everybody cool down, that when Kathy started insisting that Collin come back to her, and he's 16, doesn't have a driver's license, doesn't have a car at this point, and he's with his grandmother. And apparently grandmother, Susan, didn't bring him back quickly enough to Kathy's liking, but Kathy punishes Collin. Susan will tell you she saw Kathy make him do a whole bunch of push-ups and holding weights above his head, and then she whipped him with a belt in front of Susan. And Susan said, "Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's going too far." And Kathy says, "No, it's not, because Corporal Rentis said I can discipline him any way I want." Which isn't true, by the way, but. So Susan, the walking on eggshells that she has done for years with Kathy, can't do much about it, she feels. Later that same day as they're eating, Kathy is, these are Susan's word, reading Collin the Riot Act about this is how it's going to be. This is what you're going to do. You have to listen to everything I say because Corporal Rentis says it's okay. Susan thought she was being way too harsh. And I realize parents differ in how they treat kids. That's fine. And Collin did stand up and say, "Let's just do this." Now, Collin told the police, because they did get involved, and this is when he got arrested, that his mom kept telling him to shut up, and he wouldn't shut up. And you'll see some examples of that on the Ring video. Collin would talk back. Best decision? Obviously not. But he says that when he wouldn't shut up, his mom hit him in the face, punched him in the face. So he grabbed her and did a wrestling move where he basically flung her to the ground. He fully admits that. He says that while he was doing that, he kneed her in the stomach. Okay? He never denied doing that. At any rate, Susan says when he stood up and said, "Let's do this," she went to get her phone to call Rentis to try and mediate, and next thing she knew, they were both on the ground. She didn't see Kathy punch him, but she also said it's entirely possible it happened based on her knowledge of her daughter and how she behaves. So, after she's on the ground, they're both on the ground, Collin gets up and leaves the house. Calls the police. That's how the police get involved. Collin called them. And you'll see some of the Ring video, or not Ring video, body-worn camera footage from that night, with Collin talking to the officers, being very forthcoming. The officers spend a lot of time talking to all three people. Collin ends up getting arrested for domestic violence battery. Kathy denies she ever put her hands on him. He is put in jail that night, And the next morning, when he's getting ready to be released from the juvenile detention center, they say, okay, get in the car with your mom, because mom's there to pick him up. And Collin says, don't make me get in the car with her. If she attacks me, I'm afraid of what will happen. If she comes at me again, I'm going to defend myself. The law enforcement officer at the juvenile jail basically says, I don't like your attitude, get in the car with your mom. So Collin gets in the car with his mom, goes home, and she immediately starts making him do standing marches with weights above his head. And you'll see that on body-worn camera footage, because while the personnel at the jail forced Collin to get in the car with his mom, even though he said he didn't feel safe with her, they did call the sheriff's office and say, by the way, I had a kid that said he might kill his mom, which is not what happened. Well, I wasn't concerned enough about it to not let him get in the car with his mom, but I'm calling you, can you guys go check? So all these sheriff's deputies troop up to the house. Kathy opens the door, come in, and you see Collin doing this with weights above his head, and the officers separate them and speak with each one. Kathy's saying, he beat the shit out of me last night. This is his form of discipline. He's been doing it since he got home from the jail. Collin is outside talking to the detectives, once again, being very forthcoming. He says, my mom thinks I'm going to hurt her, or that I want to hurt her. I don't want to hurt her, but if she comes at me, I'm going to defend myself. Guess what happened that day? Collin gets Baker acted again. So, Collin's back in a psychiatric facility for the statements that he made about, I don't feel safe with my mom. If she comes at me, I'm afraid I'll do her harm. Meanwhile, Kathy is calling Corporal Rentis and Detective Zanoniani, all upset that Collin got taken away from her. And then she starts making suicidal statements to them. So they send other deputies to the house, and Kathy gets Baker acted for threatening suicide. So, all is not well at home, clearly. After Collin was arrested for domestic violence battery, Susan, his grandmother, hired him a lawyer named Jeff Rapkin down in Charlotte County to represent him in those criminal charges. Kathy is back and forth about what she wants to happen. Sometimes she wants the charges dropped. Sometimes she wants Collin to get diversion. Sometimes she wants him to, get the book thrown at him. Jeff Rapkin realizes that this is not a good situation. So he crafted what's called a 751 agreement. And this is an agreement between Kathy and Susan that allows for concurrent custody of Collin. And you'll see the legal paperwork. It was signed and notarized by Kathy and Susan and Mr. Rapkin. It was filed with the courts. The court ordered this concurrent custody agreement, meaning that Collin could be with either Susan or Kathy. Each one of them could make medical decisions for him. Each one of them could enroll him in school, that they had equal authority over Collin. And the idea was to kind of give everybody a break and respite. Kathy sometimes misinterprets that concurrent custody agreement. You'll see in some of her text messages or hear her on Ring video leaving messages for other people or talking to them. the agreement says that you can only have him if I'm mentally incapable of taking care of him or if I'm physically incapacitated, which is not true. You'll see the paperwork. At any rate, she has this very ambivalent, is a very tame term, very ambivalent feelings about whether Collin should be with her or not with her. And over the next few months, so December 2023 into the first few months of 2024, there is a lot of back and forth, meaning Collin goes between Susan and his mom. Meanwhile, he's still going to school and everything and keeping up his grades. You'll hear from Susan that Kathy would alternately kick him out again, say, get out of here, I don't want you here anymore, and then demand that he come back, even when he didn't want to. Several calls over the months from a variety of people, from Susan, from other family members, from Jeff Rapkin, saying that Kathy is suicidal, she has a gun in the house, she's threatened to kill herself, she actually does overdose a time or two. So that's what's going on in those months. In February, and it's going to be unclear exactly how all this occurs, but DCF gets involved again. Collin repeats that he doesn't feel safe at home with his mother. This is, after the suicide. He tells them, I'd rather be in DCF custody, I'd rather be in foster care, I'd rather be anywhere but at home with mom. I'm scared. DCF wants him to live full-time with Susan. Kathy will not have it. Detective Zanoniani is saying, all these people have intervened and tried to come up with a solution. Kathy will not have it. Come up with a solution. Kathy will not have it. Somehow, Collin ends up back with mom, but because he doesn't feel safe, he runs away again, telling everybody, I don't feel safe. Law enforcement gets involved again. They find a gun in the home, which Kathy had lied to them about and said, oh no, I gave it to somebody else for safekeeping. Oh no, there's a gun there. She also claims that Collin attacked her again to law enforcement. She said, he was trying to run away and he battered me. So the sheriff's deputies look at her ring video and they're like, there was no battery. She tried to step in front of him and block him from leaving, escaping the situation, and may have brushed by her. That's what she was calling a battery and trying to get him arrested. But then she would have probably demanded that he come back home with her. Needless to say, much chaos. In March, in what I hope is a little bit of positive news in all of this, Collin gets his driver's license and he gets a job at Domino's. And he did get a car. Kathy didn't buy him the car like she wants everybody to believe. It came from a trust that existed separate from Kathy. He's still going back and forth between Susan and Kathy, managing to accomplish things as a 17-year-old, 16 then 17-year-old. And then we get to the end of August, beginning of September of 2024. And you'll see a text from Kathy in the end of August saying to her mom and to other people, I'm going into that dark place again. My therapist thinks I should go to a facility for at least a few days, but she doesn't. September 7th, you heard about the whole bookshelf thing. There was, in fact, an argument over whether Collin would help her put up a bookshelf. And he is not being entirely respectful to her when he says, "It'll take too long, I have to go to work." Also, there aren't studs on that wall. If we put it up there, it's going to fall and it's probably going to hurt someone. So did he help her put up the bookshelf? Absolutely not. Should he have? Maybe. But he didn't. And this is Kathy's reaction, and you will hear her words and see her. Get out and don't come back. Even if you're bawling your eyes out. And give me the keys to the house. So Collin's gathering things. He goes out the door. You may or may not see her opening the door, kind of, and then closing it and locking it with his keys to the locked house inside. So Collin, being kicked out again, calls Susan, who is a concurrent guardian. By the way, Collin had been put on probation for the domestic violence battery, and his probation officer's name is Monique. You'll hear about her. And the court had said that even though most of the time you're not allowed to go out of the county when you're on probation, unless you're with a parent, it's okay for Collin to go visit his grandmother in another county. Just got to let Monique know. Okay? So Collin emails Monique, says, "I'm going to my grandmother's." Called his grandmother, said, "Mom kicked me out. Can I go to your house?" She said, "Sure." She says, "I'm in the Keys right now, but I'll be there tomorrow." Okay, so it wasn't like he was secretly going to this place where he can have a rager. This is something that has happened multiple times. So he drives to Polk County, and you'll hear from the neighbors that his car got there on Saturday and did not move. So, meanwhile, Kathy is getting worked up, to say the least, angry. I think one detective may describe her as manic. She starts in the early morning hours of Sunday the 8th making repeated calls to Susan and to Collin, and will beg, plead, yell, cuss, call people names. She calls her mom a fucking moron. She is all over the place, insisting that Collin come back home. But at the same time, she'd say, "I reported the car stolen because the car is not in your name, it's in both our names, and you're not allowed to drive that car. But you better get in that car and come right back home. But wait, I took money out of your bank account so you can't even afford to put gas in it, but you better come back home. Get in that car and come back home. I'm going to sell the car. I sold the car. I'm already up in Auburndale. I found a buyer whose aunt lives in that community and who gave me the gate code so I could come into the neighborhood in Auburndale, and I couldn't see the car at Susan's house. You're in big trouble because I already sold that car." She was nowhere near Auburndale. You'll see the ring video. She was at her home. But she made up this elaborate story about having gone to Auburndale, gotten the gate code from the buyer's aunt, and going in and not seeing the car when the neighbors were like, "The car never left." She is doing everything she can to get Collin to come home. She calls law enforcement. Detective Zanoniani and Corporal Rentis. There's no secret that Collin is in Auburndale and that his grandmother has okayed it. It's okay with his probation officer. Everybody tells Kathy, let him stay in Auburndale. Let him stay in Auburndale. Let him stay in Auburndale. Kathy claims on one of her phone calls that the police gave her 24 hours of Collin being gone until she was going to get in trouble for him being a runaway. No. You'll read her texts, you'll listen to her messages. Despite everyone telling her, let Collin stay in Auburndale, she wasn't having it. She was the one who was angry. You'll hear Collin's voice when she says, are you coming home or not? No. Which is what law enforcement, Susan, everybody recommended, is that he don't go home. She went to him. She went to where he was safe. And the neighbors that you heard about will tell you that she came in hot and angry, that she sped into this quiet 55 and older community, whipped her car into the driveway, whipped it back out, pulled in front of the house, got out, slammed the door, and marched up to the carport door. Collin was never in the yard where her earbud was. She went up to the house and went in the house, angry. Within a few minutes, Kathy comes back out of the house, unlocks Collin's car, and starts throwing all of his stuff into it. And then after she's done throwing his stuff into it, you'll hear the neighbors say that she was yelling and shaking her fist, and it looked like she was the one who was being aggressive, and that Collin was standing in the doorway. So there's a door that goes into the living room and out to the carport, and that he was standing in the doorway. And when she comes up and you'll hear varying terms. You'll hear that he put his hand on her shoulder by where her ponytail was and kind of brought her inside. I don't know that you'll hear a neighbor say that he dragged her from the yard by her ponytail, by her hair. They will say that they heard her yelling. You can evaluate whether you think Collin was doing anything at that point to harm her. That's going to be part of your decision. Or if you think he was trying to avoid her making a scene in the community where teenagers aren't supposed to be living, you'll hear from the neighbors that they had seen Collin there before. He was never a problem. He would visit Susan because, like I said, he went back and forth, but they had never seen Kathy there before, ever. So, Kathy and Collin go back into the house, and it's about an hour later that Collin calls 911, crying, upset, saying, we got in a long fight, my mother's bleeding out, please send someone right away. The 911 operator explains how to do CPR, tells him to move her, to lay her on her back, to be able to do CPR. You'll hear him doing CPR on her while counting with the 911 operator. And intermittently he'll say, just send someone, she's not bleeding anymore. And when first responders get there, she was already dead. What you're going to have to decide at the end of all this and by the way, Collin has wounds too, is whether the state has proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that what they claim happened, that Collin somehow planned this, he's been plotting it for months, that he murdered and dragged his mom into the house that she went to where he was safe to kill her, or whether what Collin had been saying he was afraid would happen and that had happened in the past actually was what occurred. That his mom came to him, went into the house where he was safe, and attacked him, and he had to defend himself. And that he is not guilty of the murder or the kidnapping of his mother.
Thank you, Ms. Thornton. All right, folks, it's almost 10:30. We'll take our mid-morning recess of about 15 minutes. Remember not to discuss the case among yourselves or look anything up. Please leave your notepads in the chairs.
All rise, please. May I be seated?
Anything before the recess?
No, Your Honor, it's possible that maybe the first witness, forensic investigator Laura Ellis, that might take us up to the lunch break, just as a little bit of heads up.
So we don't need to talk about the 911 call right now, or?
No, I would like to talk with
Okay.
Lauren about it in the back for a minute, if that's okay.
That's fine. All right, we'll begin in recess.
Okay, guys, they're going to be taking a recess. I want to hear your thoughts because there's some stuff based off of court documents I check daily that I was unaware of. But we also have to realize we have what the defense is presenting based off of Collin. Now, I haven't seen any of some of those records on that aspect on the Baker Act, but everything that I've seen under the states is clearly showing a different picture. But I will say that I feel like the family dynamics in this whole situation wasn't good for all parties involved. And it seems like the mother of Catherine was the only one that was stable. So we're going to go on break for a little bit and I will see you guys back shortly. Don't forget to share your thoughts in the chat.
Okay. Do you know about how long?
Hopefully not long at all. He's just, I just restarted it, so we're seeing if we can make something work.
Okay. Nothing like a healthy restart, right?
And if worse comes to worse, we'll figure something out.
It's today's version of banging on the TV set, right?
Yeah, there you go, or kicking something.
So so apparently the court is having some internet issues.
Mr. Levine is here for the state. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right.
So the jury's being brought in, and the prosecution's going to present their case.
All rise, please.
Please be seated. State, call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls forensic investigator Laura Ellis with the Polk County Sheriff's Office. Hurry up.
Step this way. Stand right here and raise your right hand for the business witness.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, step around.
Just watch your step going up. Just step in the chair. Good morning. Next, proceed.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. May you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My name is Laura Ellis, Loraellis.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed at the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
Tell the jury about your education and training and experience.
I have 800 hours of on-the-job training with the Polk County Sheriff's Office, and our education is ongoing. So they offer us education as the year goes on with classes through the agency.
And what is your job title at the Sheriff's Office?
Forensic investigator.
What does that mean?
We respond to multiple calls for service. We obtain digital photographs, collect evidence, and process scenes as needed.
Have you been to a number of homicide scenes during your career?
Yes, sir.
Have you also responded to other types of crime scenes?
Yes, sir.
Now, this particular case, I want to direct your attention to September 8th of last year. Do you recall how you became involved with the case?
We received a call from our dispatch center requesting us to respond to the address.
And where did you respond to?
77 Hewlett Drive in Auburndale.
And is that in Polk County?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you have any basic information en route to the scene?
We were just informed that we needed to respond and call in reference to a death investigation.
When you get there, what do you see first, or who do you see first?
I made contact with Detective Peters and forensic investigator Bange.
Is Detective Peters, Detective Danny Peters with the homicide division?
Correct, yes, sir.
And did he end up being the lead detective in this case?
Yes, sir.
Without telling us anything he might have said, did he kind of give you a little briefing of what was going on?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
We waited for a search warrant to be obtained for the property.
And after the search warrant was obtained, did that give you legal authority to then do whatever you wanted to do to process the scene effectively?
Correct.
About what time were you there that evening?
What time did I arrive on scene?
Yes.
At approximately 19:09 hours.
All right, that's 7:09 p.m.
Yes.
Now, what was your first order of business once the search warrant was approved and you took the next step?
We started obtaining digital photographs of the scene as observed.
Were you able to see both inside the house and outside the house?
Yes.
And what type of community was it in general?
More like a senior living community. It was multiple like mobile homes.
Were the homes did they appear to be well taken care of?
Yes, sir.
Like nicely manicured lawns?
Yes.
The houses were in order?
Yes.
Now, outside the residence, did you get an opportunity to see a couple of cars that were there at the scene?
I did.
What color and what make of cars were those?
One was a white Volkswagen Jetta, and one was a black Volkswagen Jetta.
Where was the black Jetta?
It was underneath the carport on the south side of the residence.
And how about the white car?
It was in the roadway, west of the residence.
Was it parked?
Yes.
Now, have you had an opportunity previously to see States Exhibits 1 through 99? That also includes 77A and 77B?
Yes, sir.
And are those photographs that you took that document the scene and some things that you saw and impounded at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Did they fairly and accurately depict everything?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move States 1 through 99, which also includes 77A and 77B into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, sir.
They are received.
Now, in addition to that, at some later date, were you able to take some aerial photographs?
Yes, sir.
And how do you do that?
We respond to the PCSO hangar in Bartow, and then they take us via helicopter, and we fly over the area and obtain digital photographs from the helicopter.
And are those depicted in state exhibits 167 through 169, in addition to a Google map overhead?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move states 167 to 169 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are received.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about, before we publish the photographs, the overhead aerial photographs. Do those show like how the neighbors' houses are situated across the street?
Yes, sir.
So kind of give a vantage point of what people might see from different locations depending on where they lived in relationship to the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Now, in general, when you go to a crime scene, besides what you physically do, what are your objectives in terms of the integrity of the scene?
We do everything possible to protect the scene and any evidence that may be in it. So we pretty much limit who is in and out. It's mostly our homicide detectives as well as our forensic investigators that come in and out of the scene.
Now, the homicide detectives that are there, are they all doing like different things and have different responsibilities?
Yes.
Does anybody tell you what to do, or do you know what you need to do?
So we have a crime scene detective that typically will stay with us throughout the entire time that we're on the crime scene, and they tell us what they want us to collect or what they want specific photographs of while we're on scene.
All right, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish the photographs. Thank you. I may have some questions for you on a lot of these photographs, some perhaps not. But not surprisingly, we're going to start with State Exhibit 1. Can you see it on your screen as well?
Yes, sir.
Can you jurors as well see it? Okay. Tell the jury about what information that provides.
So this puts the date that we arrived, the date that the time that I'm going to start taking my photographs, our case number that's provided by the agency, what kind of investigation or call that I've responded to, the address, the city, who the victim is, and who my detective for the case is.
And what time where did you start taking the photographs?
21:54.
And what does that mean?
That's the military time. It was 9:54, I believe.
All right. As we continue on, State Exhibit number 2. What's this?
That is the outside of the residence.
And is the black car and the white car, the Volkswagens, are they visible there?
Yes.
State Exhibit 3. State Exhibit 4. Now, in State Exhibit 4, is there an entryway, like a doorway into the house?
There is. It's along the north side of that carport.
To the left of the black car?
Correct.
And I notice in the bottom left corner there appears to be some mulch. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
State Exhibit 5, is that the doorway you spoke of?
Correct. Yes, sir.
State Exhibit 6. Did you notice something in the mulch that caught your attention when you were documenting the scene?
Yes, sir.
State Exhibit 7. Is that a close-up of what you noticed?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
It's a white AirPod.
State Exhibit 8. State Exhibit 9. On the trunk of the black Volkswagen appears to be something. What is that?
It is a set of keys.
Going back to State Exhibit 9, did that appear to include also a car key?
Yes, sir.
State Exhibit 10 outside, and now State Exhibit 11. The first interior shot in this sequence, that kind of situate the jury to what they're looking at.
So that's the living room of the residence?
The door that's visible kind of in the upper left-hand corner, is that the door we saw from the outside?
Yes.
So if somebody dragged somebody in through near the carport, would that be the entranceway?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
If somebody dragged somebody in through right next to the carport, would that be the door that they would enter through?
Yes.
It appears that there's something white on the wood floor. Is that correct?
Yes.
State Exhibit 12. Now, how would you describe the interior of the house? Not the actual where Kathy laid, but the rest of the house. How was it?
Very well maintained, very clean, very organized.
State Exhibit number 13. What is that?
It is another white AirPod.
Did it appear to be the matching one or a similar one to the one found in the mulch?
Yes.
State Exhibit 14. Do you know what that is?
It is the case for the earbuds.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but so the AirPod outside, the AirPod inside, and the case for the AirPods, once you get inside, does that start going back towards where you ended up finding Kathy on the floor?
Yes.
State Exhibit 15. What do you see kind of in the background there? Where does that pathway lead to? If you go all the way back, does that enter the kitchen?
It does, yes.
Now, in your route to the kitchen, did anything look like it was knocked over or messed up, or did everything look pretty clean and in place?
It looks pretty clean and in place.
State Exhibit 16. Is this a picture of the kitchen?
Yes.
Now, the island, the bar, the island there, is the victim on the other side of that.
Yes.
That's a sliding door there, is that a sliding glass door?
Yes, sir.
State Exhibit 17. That's an entryway and an exitway?
Yes.
All right, now State Exhibit 18. To the left of that sliding glass door, are there a washing machine and dryer maybe?
Yes.
Did you see a knife at the scene?
Yes.
And is that knife visible in that photograph?
Yes.
This is State Exhibit 19. Is that a closer up of what appears to be a bloody knife?
Yes.
State Exhibit 20. State Exhibit 21. Is this a close-up of that same bloody knife?
Yes.
Now, the jurors may see for the first time a yellow marker with the number 10 on it. What does that mean?
It's how we show where evidence is in our photos, so it gives a better layout of where everything is in reference to each other.
Did you impound that knife?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to take a look at State Exhibit 199?
Yes.
And is that the knife, the bloody knife from the scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move State Exhibit 199 into evidence.
Any objection? It is received.
Now, does the knife, and in a moment you'll have an opportunity to show the jury the knife, but does the knife look different today as opposed to when it's in the picture there?
Yes.
And why is that?
May I refer to my report?
Yes, ma'am.
On Wednesday, January 22nd, Detective Peters placed the knife into a temporary evidence locker in the Forensic Investigations Office for me to process for possible latent prints.
And when you process an item for latent prints, describe to the jury what's the process and what does that mean?
So, in this case in particular, I took a chemical agent called Sudan Black, which helps us see latent prints that may possibly be in blood.
And what are latent prints?
Latent prints are fingerprints that are left behind from the oils on your hands.
So hypothetically, if somebody puts their thumbprint on something, you might be able to visibly see some prints?
Possibly.
Or perhaps doing what you were doing, you might be able to lift some prints that might not quite be visible to the human eye?
Yes.
Now, before that knife got to you for that work request, had it previously gone to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes.
And at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, do they process evidentiary items for the presence of DNA and or fingerprints, depending on what the request is?
Yes.
And without saying anything about any results or anything, but did FDLE do their analysis on the knife for DNA before you did your fingerprint analysis?
Yes.
Now, do the detectives under a crime scene have to kind of think about which one to do first, or if both are feasible?
It's up to the detective, the lead detective on the case, if they want us to process it first, or if they would like it to go to FDLE first.
And is that a calculated decision that the detective could speak about?
Yes.
Now, so tell the jury about what did you actually do? I know you described it a little bit. What's that process like?
So it is a chemical agent that is black in color, and we cover whatever the area is that's covered in apparent blood. We cover it in that chemical. We let it sit for a minute, and then we wash it off, and we can also repeat it to try and darken any possible latent prints on the item.
Where do you do that?
I did it at the Forensic Investigations Office in Winter Haven.
And that's a secure, clean place?
Yes.
After you did all that, what were your results?
I was met with negative results.
Does that mean there were no latent prints that you were able to see or lift that could be compared to anything?
Yes.
And did you have an opinion about, is it difficult to get latent prints after an item's already been processed for DNA?
I don't particularly have an opinion on that.
Okay. So at the end of your results, in essence, you couldn't decide that there was anybody's fingerprints on that knife, correct?
Correct.
And are there are there certain reasons why somebody may leave a fingerprint or not leave a fingerprint?
Yes.
And fingerprints are not always left on an item, correct? Even if somebody handles it?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. Your Honor, could forensic investigator Ellis get off the witness stand to show the jury the knife? Thank you. For the record, the State Exhibit 199 will be shown to the jury by investigator Ellis.
Ladies and gentlemen, I do want to advise you that any item that's received in evidence will go back with you to the jury room during deliberations, so you'll have plenty of time to examine anything that's received. But from time to time, the parties may wish to publish evidence here in open court.
Okay, make sure all the jurors can see it, and then you can have a seat. All right, thank you, Ms.
Yes.
All right, we'll continue on with the photographs. State Exhibit number 22. Now, what is approximately the total length of that knife, blade and handle?
12 inches or 1 foot.
And then in terms of the actual knife blade, approximately how many inches is the knife blade?
It's approximately 7.
You said 7 inches?
Yes, sir.
Now, State Exhibit 23, could you situate us to, if you continue to the left on that photograph, where are you headed towards?
Back towards that living room area.
The living room and then eventually the door that we saw earlier?
Yes.
And does that give a view of what you were describing in 24?
Yes.
25. What begins to be visible in State Exhibit 25?
The victim.
Now, on the left side of the photograph, is that some of the sliding glass door blinds?
Yes.
So is it a fair statement her head seems to be fairly close to that area?
Yes.
Above her head on the floor, what is that pictured?
It's a brown purse backpack.
All right, State Exhibit 26. Is that who you would later find out to be Kathy Griffith?
Yes.
The blood that you notice at this scene, is that one of the first pictures of the blood and how high it went?
Yes.
Is it a fair statement that the blood didn't go super high up on the walls or the cabinets, but seemed more down low?
Yes.
27. Now in 27, what's the white thing and the gray thing by her head?
So the white thing is a towel, and the gray thing is a shirt.
Is the neck or the stab wound visible a little bit there?
Yes.
It's on the right side of her neck, is that correct?
Yes.
28. As we get closer to the purse/backpack you described, was blood clearly visible all over it?
Yes.
And that surface area, is that kind of what, if somebody put it on their back, that would be touching their back?
Yes.
– 29. I want to ask you about, in this upper corner here, your upper right-hand corner, there appears to be coagulated blood, is that correct?
Yes.
What does coagulated mean?
It's when blood has been sitting for quite a bit of time, it starts to gather together.
Did you document also the blood inside and outside the purse?
Yes.
Is that blood between the deputy's wrists there?
Yes.
Is that blood all in the interior of the purse as well?
Yes.
For the record, that's State Exhibit 31. State Exhibit 32. State Exhibit 33. What's that pink zipper pouch?
It was a makeup bag that she had within the brown purse backpack.
Did it appear there was blood on that as well?
Yes.
34. Does that show a wallet?
Yes.
35. Is there blood on that wallet?
Yes.
36. Whose driver's license and whose picture is that?
That's the victim's driver's license.
Were you able to determine, obviously, that the purse and the contents were Kathy's?
Yes.
37. Was Kathy wearing basically a black T-shirt and some jean shorts?
Yes.
Was she also at one point wearing some Under Armour flip-flops?
I do not know if she was wearing Under Armour flip-flops at one point.
Did you see some Under Armour flip-flops close to her body?
Yes.
But how they got there, you're unaware?
Correct.
Now, it appears that her arm from approximately her upper forearm / elbow area is obstructed. Was her arm under something?
Yes. Her arm was under the kitchen island.
38. Is that the neck wound?
Yes.
39. 40. 41. Tell the jury about why do you put a ruler up next to the neck wound?
It shows length and width of the injuries on the victim's body.
And is that wound basically wide open?
Yes.
All right, 42. Is that the dishwasher?
Yes.
What's the red stuff?
It's apparent blood.
And is that to the left of that same dishwasher?
Yes.
Now going back to 42 for a second. In front of the dishwasher, is that same kitchen island?
Yes.
And Kathy's on basically like the other side of it, correct?
Yes.
Do you know how the blood got all the way over there?
I do not.
Continuing on to 44. In the forefront or front of the photograph there, is that same kitchen island?
Yes.
Now, is the knife block from which the knife came from visible in this photograph?
Yes.
Going back for a moment, where in this photograph is it visible?
It's to the left of the stove.
And is it kind of like a wooden block there?
Yes.
And were there a number of knives still in the block?
Yes.
And then, of course, an empty space for the knife you located?
Yes.
45. Now, is this obviously of Kathy's legs and feet?
Yes.
And by her feet, what were the 4 items that you found on the floor there?
There was a left flip-flop, a right flip-flop, 2 phone charging cords, and a set of keys.
Is that blood on the cupboard in the upper left of the photograph?
Yes.
48. Are those the items you mentioned?
Yes.
And it appears that there's an Under Armour logo on one of the flip-flops. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does that appear to be apparent blood in State Exhibit 49 on the bottom of Kathy's flip-flop?
Yes.
In State Exhibit 50, does there appear to be some apparent blood on the other flip-flop?
Yes.
And those are a matching pair, is that correct? Both Under Armour? In State Exhibit number 51, does there appear to be blood underneath the chargers?
Yes.
52, 53, 54. Did you see various marks and bruises and or scrapes on Kathy's legs and feet, or Kathy's legs?
Yes.
Continuing on with 55 and 56. All right, going to 57. Is that show what you were describing, her right arm being under the kitchen island?
Yes.
Going back to 57. The bottom of the island, does there appear to be a lot of blood near her arm, extending to the left and the right?
Yes.
And on that single door by the shelves, is that blood?
Yes.
$59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66. Is the knife lock much more apparent in this photograph?
Yes.
You mentioned to the left of the stove on the countertop.
Yes, sir.
67, 68, 69. Now, in 69, is there something on the island that caught your attention?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
The victim's cell phone.
And does it appear that the countertop of that kitchen island is pristine and nothing knocked over, no problems?
Yes, sir.
In 71, is that a close-up of Kathy's cell phone?
Yes, sir.
And the time at that point was 11:09 on Sunday, September 8th, as you're taking photographs?
Yes, sir.
Now, on the screen, there appears to be some pictures or icons. Were you able to kind of take a close-up and figure out what those were? Can you see on your screen?
Yes, sir. They were notifications on her phone.
And who did she get notifications from? Can you read the print?
She had a missed call from Susan Deathman, and it appears a text message from a Detective Lacey.
And are you able to see a little bit of the content of that text message from the detective?
Yes, sir.
What does it say?
I tried to call you.
In 73, there appears to be some yellow tape and rulers. What's the purpose of that?
That is for us to do bloodstain documentation.
I also noticed that the island appears to no longer be there in the kitchen, exposing Kathy's right arm and hand and watch. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How did you move the island?
We had about 3 or 4 of the homicide detectives move the island.
And was that in order to document what was underneath the island?
It was in an effort to preserve any blood, apparent blood that may be on the floor underneath and around the victim.
And does 74 show some additional blood that would have been under the island by the victim's right hand?
Yes.
75. Is that the white towel and the gray shirt you mentioned earlier?
Yes.
Now, from 75 to 76, did you pick up the gray shirt to investigate further?
Yes.
What does 76 show?
It's an apparent slit in the gray t-shirt.
And are you aware of how that got there?
I am not.
Are you aware when that got there?
No.
Are you aware of who did that?
No.
77. What's that show?
It's a small hole in the shirt.
Where on the shirt is that? Do you know, like front or back? Do you remember?
It's the back left shoulder of the shirt.
Do you know what caused that?
No.
Do you know how it got there?
No,
When it got there?
no,
Who did that to that shirt?
no,
Whether it was purposeful or accidental?
no.
All right, as we move on to 77A, is that same shirt?
Yes.
And where do you take that photograph of the shirt?
I was at the Forensic Investigations office.
And is that like a gray camo shirt?
Yes.
77B appears to be a close-up. What was the purpose of the close-up? What does it show?
It's showing apparent blood
Where on that shirt is the apparent blood?
underneath the collar of the shirt.
And I believe you might be able to point to something on the screen with a mouse.
This.
If you could, for everybody's benefit, kind of show where the apparent blood is.
It is about right here on the shirt.
Okay. All right, moving on to 78. Is that Kathy's feet,
Yes.
foot, excuse me? And there's apparent blood all over her foot?
Yes.
Carrying on with 79 and 80. 81. 82. Were you able to see bruises on different parts of her arms and legs?
Yes.
83. Now in 84, I take it at this point Kathy had been taken away, is that correct?
Yes.
Does this show what would have been underneath Kathy's body,
Yes.
including the coagulated blood at the top of the photograph you mentioned?
Yes.
Okay, for the record, that was 85. Now we go outside. 86, is that black Volkswagen that was right by the door by the carport?
Yes.
The interior of the car in 87, did you find a cell phone in that car?
Yes.
And a computer,
Yes.
laptop? 88, is that the black cell phone?
Yes.
And were you able to determine this was the defendant's car and the white car was Kathy's car?
I wasn't made aware of which car was which on scene.
Did you find that out later?
Yes.
There appeals, excuse me. The next photograph, which is 89. What does that say on that paperwork?
It says the R. Fred Lewis 2021 Florida High School Mock Trial Competition.
And then 90, is that a continuation of that paperwork?
Yes.
And what's the subject matter of that? If you could read what you're able to make out.
Would you like me to read what I can from
Yes.
this? The victim, a Caucasian male, approximately 5'11" in height and weighing approximately 235 pounds. The cause of death was blunt force trauma to the back of the head, caused by a smooth, rounded object, cylindrical in shape, consistent with a tire iron. The blow to the head lacerated the skin, causing substantial bleeding, and crushed the skull, causing bone fragments to become embedded in the brain. The time of death is estimated to have been between 10 and 11:30 p.m. on January 3rd, 2020. The defendant's criminal record includes convictions for the misdemeanors of battery, disorderly intoxication, trespass, and vandalism, and the felony offense of cultivation of marijuana.
And for the record, this has nothing to do with the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Okay, continue.
The first two convictions were in 2011 and grew out of a barroom fight. The trespass and vandalism charges relate to a protest by the defendant and several others at the Pinnacle Paper Company on Thanksgiving Day 2019, during which windows and doors were spray painted with red paint and a load of a load of manure was dumped at the entrance of the administrative building. The drug conviction was in 2004. Of the registered vehicles in Canton County, there are 414 Ford F-150.
And where was this paperwork found?
It was in the black Jetta.
91. Is that a wallet?
Yes.
92. When you open the wallet, whose ID did you find?
Collin Griffith.
93. Is this the back seat?
Yes.
And on the rear left floorboard, was there a uniform of some type?
Yes.
And did you find out upon closer inspection it was a Domino's work uniform?
Yes.
95, going to the car parked on the street, is that what you would later find out to be Kathy's white Volkswagen?
Yes.
96, was it clean inside?
Yes.
And did you find any objects of note in the front seat?
No.
Did you find any objects of note in the back seat?
No.
Were any firearms or weapons found in her car?
No, sir.
Going in 98, pop the trunk open, what did you see in the trunk?
An organizer and just some mix and match bags.
And then finally 99, did there appear to be some like grocery bags maybe?
Yes.
All right, now we're gonna segue briefly to 167 to 169. Going to the aerial overheads. Thank you. All right, 167. Could you please point to the jury, point for the jury with the red arrow again, where the crime scene house is located? All right, so that's the carport, the driveway, the mulch you can kind of see, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the two houses that seem to be most directly across the street, could you put the arrow on those two houses? All right, thank you. And then 168, could you point to the crime scene house? All right. And the houses across the street. And then finally, the last photograph. That's the crime scene house there. And all right, thank you. Now, describe to the jury in a general sense, when you see evidence or things that might be evidence, how do you impound it or what do you do with it?
So we first talk to our detective on scene, whoever our homicide detective is, or any general detective, depending on the type of call that it is, and we confirm with them that they want it collected as an item of evidence. We take brown paper bags with us into scenes, and we will write the time that we've collected it, what the item is, and where we've collected it from. And then we put them all together, and we will take them back with us to the office to put in a temporary evidence locker.
Did you take fingernail swabbings and or clippings from the victim?
Yes.
Describe to the jury what that means and how you did that.
So we first got permission from the medical examiner to be able to do that on scene. But we take for swabbings, we take a wet cotton swab that we wet with water. And then we take a dry cotton swab and we rub underneath the fingernails of the victim. And then we will also take fingernail clippers and clip the victim's fingernails and place them in a small manila envelope that has a glassine envelope in it as well.
And can your end product then be sent to FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, for them to do any analysis that they want to do,
Yes.
such as DNA comparisons or things of that nature?
Yes.
Now, between the victim's right hand, between her index finger and her thumb, and like the webbing there, did you notice an injury?
Yes.
Did you describe it as a laceration?
Yes.
Now, when a victim is taken to the medical examiner's office, do they take photographs that document the body, the injuries, the external and the internal?
Yes.
All right, Investigator Ellis, I don't have any further questions for you.
Investigator Ellis, I just have a few questions for you. When you took the pictures that have been shown to the jury today, that was many hours after Kathy Griffith died, correct?
I am not sure of the exact time of death for her.
Well, you responded at about 7,
Yes.
right? And you didn't take pictures until after 9.
Yes.
So at least those 2 hours, if not longer.
Correct.
And during those 2 hours, you don't know who all was in that kitchen, do you?
No.
And before you even arrived on scene, at about 7, you don't know who was in that kitchen.
No.
Are you aware that first responders or emergency medical technicians did respond to the scene to perform life-saving functions on Kathy Griffith?
Yes.
And you're aware of that partly because she had some of the stickers that they use on her body, right?
Yes.
The area where Kathy Griffith was laying is a fairly tight area, right?
Yes.
So, have you been on scenes before when emergency medical technicians are trying to revive someone or save their lives?
I have not been present while they are performing life-saving measures. I've been present after the fact.
Okay, so you're not aware of how frantic it is and how many people have to get close to the body?
Correct.
Okay, but it's at least possible that first responders or emergency medical technicians may have altered the kitchen in some way, not on purpose, but in their efforts to save Kathy Griffith.
Yes.
May have stepped on things, right, like blood,
Yes.
and they may have moved items that got in their way, right?
Yes.
Like the bag that we saw in the picture.
Yes.
The, are you also aware that Collin Griffith actually performed CPR for quite some time on Kathy Griffith before anybody else responded to the scene?
I did not know anything pertaining to him prior to my arrival.
Have you been trained in how to do CPR on somebody?
Yes.
And one of the first things anyone is instructed to do is to lay the person flat on their back, right?
Yes.
And that's enabling the person who's performing CPR to get a good surface upon which to do the chest compressions, right?
Yes.
So you have no idea what position Kathy Griffith was in either when she suffered the wound to her neck or shortly after she suffered the wound to her neck.
Correct.
Are you aware at all of the mechanics of how wounds work?
I do not have any experience with wounds.
Okay. I'll save that for somebody else then. The flip-flops that you spoke about, they were actually reversed, right? Like the left one was on the right and the right one was on the left in the picture?
Yes.
And one was turned upside down?
Yes.
So it wasn't like somebody just fell back out of their shoes, right?
It could be possible, yes.
And then they flipped and one turned over?
Yes.
The island, you mentioned it took 3 to 4 detectives to lift it and move it. So it wasn't like you could just touch it or bump against it and it would move like this on wheels.
Correct. It was pretty heavy.
The shirt that you talked about in the photos, was it actually determined that that shirt belonged to Collin Griffith?
I was never informed if it actually belonged to him. It just had Collin Griffith's name written on the inside of the shirt.
And that shirt was recovered from around Kathy Griffith's neck,
Above her head.
above her head.
Yes,
Okay.
on the floor above her head.
Okay. So like it had been possibly taken off and used to either support her head or try and stop the wound from bleeding?
Possibly.
It was right near towels that were possibly serving that purpose as well, right?
Yes.
And did you take pictures of Collin ever?
I did not. I never made contact with Collin.
All right. The slit that you mentioned on the shirt, where was it on the shirt?
It was on the lower, more midsection left side of the shirt.
So like the torso area?
About right here. Yes.
Okay. Well, you're gonna have to stand up and show the
Sorry.
jury because they can't see.
It's about right here.
Right here?
Yes.
Okay, so front left side of his stomach area.
Yes.
And you said you never made contact with Collin, so you never took the photographs of him.
I did not. That was forensic investigator Bange.
The keys that were seen on the trunk of the black Jetta,
Yes.
that key ring contained several keys on it, right?
Yes.
And although that key ring with keys was on top of the black Jetta, it actually contained the keys to the white Jetta that was parked in the street, right?
I'm not sure.
So you didn't.
I did not unlock the vehicles. The detectives unlocked the vehicles.
Okay. Well, let me put it this way: the keys that were in the kitchen,
Yes.
it was on a round key ring, right, with just a car key.
Yes.
Okay. So did you test that to see that it actually belongs to the black Jetta?
I did not do anything as far as unlocking or locking vehicles.
And when you log evidence, you don't mention like key ring because there are two Jettas here, specifying which one the keys go to.
I specified what was on the key rings, but I didn't know what car key in particular went to each car.
The key ring that had just one car key on it, it had no other keys, right?
Correct.
No house keys.
Correct.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Is the witness released?
Yes, Your Honor, she'll remain on standby for later on.
All right. You're free to go for today. If you're needed back, you'll get a phone call. Thank you. Would you approach off the record briefly? Just housekeeping.
And Your Honor, that witness is downstairs, so
All right.
call down for her.
Folks, I think we're going to try to take up one more witness before lunch who should not be very lengthy. The witness is downstairs, however, and I do need to speak with the lawyers about a matter before that witness testifies. So I'm going to ask that you step into the jury room for a few minutes.
All rise, please.
Would you like to suggest exactly what limiting instruction or warning I should give the witness?
I think it should be limited to he conducted an investigation investigation as part of whatever law enforcement agency you belong to then into a shooting death. I don't think it should say at home, because with Collin being 15 at the time, I think this jury could jump to some conclusions that might lead them to believe that it was a family member. So just a shooting death, an investigation. There were 2 shots, and that Collin was a suspect and was arrested, but that he was never charged up to today.
Mr. Levine?
Your Honor, I would propose in conformance with the court's ruling a week or 2 ago that the officer will testify that he was one of the first responders to the scene of a shooting. I don't have a problem saying, not saying that it was a house. That the person that was killed was shot 2 times. Your Honor mentioned that I could ask the question about, or that the answer would be acceptable to be shot 2 times, once in the chest, 1 in the head. That it was not in dispute that the defendant was the person that shot and killed the individual. That the defendant was investigated and arrested for the killing. And as of today's date, he has not been indicted for any crimes, and the case remains under investigation.
Remaining under investigation, I don't think that that's appropriate.
We've discussed this previously, and I think, if I remember correctly, it's not something I said. I know I at least thought it, that the time that's relevant as to whether it was pending, the investigation was pending, would have been at the time of the alleged murder, because that goes hand in hand with motive potentially, but that anything beyond that, I do not believe. At this point, I could see how it might become relevant, but at this point is not relevant. So if the witness knows if at the time of this case, or if this incident, it was still an open matter.
And we could have him say that the state attorney or district attorney from Oklahoma reviewed everything and opted not to file charges, period. I mean, they weren't investigating it in September of 2024.
Well, we all know that that doesn't matter. I mean, investigations are reopened all the time, but so what is it you anticipate he's going to say about the time around?
If Your Honor is saying that that would be confined to when she sent the text on that date, September 8th of 2024, then my understanding is that the officer would say yes, the case was still open and under investigation.
That's not your understanding of what he would say?
No, not at all.
All right, well, he's on his way up. You can take a short break for you two to go talk to him in the hallway.
Right.
Which is not the case.
Yeah. Why do we have to say anything about whether the investigation's still open or not?
Well, Your Honor,
Or was at the time or wasn't at the time?
it sounds like the defense wants the jury to know that he wasn't charged, and the prosecutor's office reviewed it in Oklahoma and chose not to charge it, which is in essence endorsing the defense position that it wasn't a crime and that it's done and over with and that it was justified self-defense, which I think would be unfair to the state.
Ms. Thornhill's point about open or not open is in some part well taken, but as I just said, you and I both know closed investigations are reopened all the time based on new evidence when there's no, I don't know for sure what the statute of limitations is in Oklahoma, but I imagine, like Florida, there is none for a murder, first-degree murder. So that's really the important point, is that while even if it had been closed, it could be reopened. But I don't know that you can get that out of this witness. I also understand the state's perspective that leaving that, we decided not to charge him with some determination affirmatively that he acted in self-defense, or that he was, for some other reason, not criminally responsible.
I am not insinuating, nor would I want to ask that that was the final word forever, but where we are right now and where we were on September 8th of 2024 is that they had done an investigation, the state attorney's office had reviewed it, they had opted not to charge him, period. So us speculating what might or might not happen in the future, to either side, I think it would be unfair. And if they indicate that the investigation's open, that makes it sound like he's about to be charged with murder.
Well, I agree with that. Whatever's going on today or after the incident is not coming in and is not relevant. What was relevant and what I think a jury, if they need to know anything else, what they need to know is that a closed case doesn't necessarily mean closed forever.
Well, Your Honor,
A decision not to prosecute is not binding forever.
How about if we say there was a decision not to file charges at that point? Leave it at that.
Mr. Levine?
Well, that's a true statement. I would ask though to go a little bit further. If I understood Your Honor correctly, you were saying what was the status of the investigation, the homicide investigation in Oklahoma on September 8th, 2024, which would be the relevant date of your inquiry.
And my understanding from Ms. Thornhill is that the decision had been made not to prosecute at that point.
In May of 2023.
What I was going to say is, regardless of what I think or what she thinks, I think what the witness understanding is would give the court some, I guess, final guidance on how you should rule. But if he says on September 8, 2024, it was still an open investigation, then I would ask to be able to elicit that. It's going to kind of help both sides in terms of it'll come out that the defendant was not charged. It's clear that he hasn't been charged, but on September 8th, which is the relevant date of 2024, if this witness knows that the case was still under investigation, but he hadn't been charged, then I would argue that's relevant and should be admissible.
But then that could imply that he's charged with it now.
I think I said in my opening statement, if I remember correctly, that he hasn't been indicted.
Here's what we're going to do so we can have a better than what if discussion about this, is let you find out from the witness now what he would say in response to your question before I make a decision about it. I thought we had addressed this earlier, but perhaps that's all it was a thought, and we didn't.
He's probably outside, so the defense and I can step out and get that resolved.
All right,
Why
should
don't
we?
Can we have him come in and proffer it so it's on the
Sure.
record? Thanks.
If you could, Deputy, if you could get Officer Christopher Hyde.
Sir, you can just stand at the podium right there.
Raise your right hand, Mr. Warren, vote opposed.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Levine?
Thank you. Officer Hyde, a very narrow, specific question. On the date of September 8th, 2024, when Kathy sent a text message to her son, Collin Griffith, regarding exposing some evidence regarding the Oklahoma murder, to your understanding on that date of September 8th of 2024, was the homicide case still under investigation?
Yes.
And at that time, is it a true statement the defendant had not been charged or indicted
on any official charges by Oklahoma as it pertained to the shooting. Is that correct?
That is correct.
For these purposes, I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
Officer Hyde, when did you leave the sheriff's office that investigated this case?
In 2024,
When in 2024?
June or July.
So before September 8th of 2024.
That is correct.
So, and you were fired by them?
Yes.
Okay, so you have no idea what they're doing on this case in Oklahoma, do you?
I have spoken with the district attorney's office there.
Okay,
Yes.
and what has the district attorney's office told you specifically?
That the case is still pending investigation.
Who told you that?
District Attorney Thompson, I believe is her last name.
When did they tell you this? After September 8th of 2024?
That is correct.
So on September 8th of 2024, you have no idea what the state attorney's office position was other than they had not charged Collin Griffith?
On that date in particular?
Yes.
That is correct. I do
Okay.
not know on that date.
And then after Kathy Griffith died, you contacted the state attorney's office in Oklahoma and said, by the way, we have this text message, there might be some ring videos of him admitting to planning the death of his father, so I think, you know, that was the basis of them pending an investigation, right?
I have no knowledge of a text message.
Okay, so what happened after September 8th, 2024, that you were in contact with the district attorney's office in Oklahoma about Collin Griffith at all?
I was able to read the entirety of the OSBI's report. I don't believe that they were able to read the entirety of it.
Who wasn't?
The district attorney's office. I don't believe that they received the entirety of it
Why would you have received it if you were no longer with the sheriff's office?
because I requested it
Why did you request it?
to be able to see if it needed to be reopened.
Right, based
Right.
on this.
I had not previously seen it.
Okay. The timing,
Your Honor, I can solve this. I'm not going to be answering.
the timing. February of 2023, Collin Griffith is arrested for the death of his father.
Correct.
By May of 2023, the district attorney's office in Oklahoma said, we are not filing charges against Collin Griffith in the death of his father, correct?
I believe that is correct, that time frame is.
So that's another thing I was worried about. I believe that's correct. Okay.
Just a question.
So,
You can argue it outside his presence.
so Collin, his bond is discharged in Oklahoma, right?
I'm unsure of that.
Okay. So the district attorney's office says, despite this investigation that the sheriff's office, and I don't remember the county, Lincoln County, and despite the investigation by OSBI, we are not filing charges against Collin Griffith in the death of his father, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay, and then you heard nothing about Collin Griffith again until September 8th of 2024, or around that time?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay, so it was after Kathy Griffith died that this whole investigation into Collin Griffith and the death of his father came back up? So far as you know?
To my knowledge, yes.
Any additional questions for purposes of the proffer?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Would you step outside, please?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Thornhill?
I have,
Officer Hyde has established that on September 8th of 2024.
I
there was
have
no
Collin's
ongoing investigation
records pulled up
into the death of
from
Collin's
Oklahoma,
father.
and they did exonerate his bond, and that motion was granted. So I have never found any more if that was reopened, unless that's with Lincoln County Sheriff.
Your Honor, I'm not going to ask about the status of the investigation on September 8th, 2024, which is when Your Honor said would be relevant. So I don't intend on asking after hearing the officer's answers. But I believe that he didn't know what the status of it was September 8th, 2024, which is kind of neither here nor there, because I'm not going to ask about it. But it didn't sound like he knew what the status was. Now, so I'm not gonna ask about the status of it.
So that raises another concern that I brought up when Your Honor issued the ruling on the motion in limine, and that was that would the witness, I was going to stipulate to all of this information being presented to the jury without having a witness. Obviously, Mr. Levine can try the case the way he wants to, and he said he wanted to call law enforcement officer from Oklahoma. And then I said something to the effect of, are they going to be able to testify that Collin was not charged? And we all said, well, they've got to know that he wasn't charged. And now him saying, so far as I know, I mean,
I thought he said, as of May, whatever it was.
he said, so
23.
far as I know, but I don't know the timing. He was very, he seemed a little wishy-washy on it,
About what issue?
about whether Collin was charged.
He know, I mean, I can't speak for the officer, but the officer knows he wasn't charged. If Ms. Thornhill's concerned about him having a qualified answer to the best of my, if he says to the best of my knowledge or whatnot, I'm fine if it's acceptable for him to understand through the court that he is allowed and permitted to just give a honest, short answer, which is, no, the defendant wasn't charged.
Well, I'm not going to tell the witness what the truth is. So, if the witness doesn't know for sure, that's his answer. I mean, I don't remember him specifically, what he specifically said about that particular question. I was listening more for the September 8th, and that's where I thought I heard the, to my knowledge, or to, best of my belief, but
Well, I just want to make sure, like, in fairness to the defense, I agree with the proposition that the evidence is and should show for the benefit of the jury, obviously honesty and clarity that the defendant was not charged pertaining to the killing in Oklahoma.
So, Ms. Thornhill, let me ask you this question. If the witness testifies and afterwards, I agree with you that he was wishy-washy, if he indeed is wishy-washy on that, is there a problem, assuming the state agrees, to simply instructing the jury, members of the jury, the decision in Oklahoma not to charge Mr. Griffith was made on whatever date it was by the district attorney, something to that effect?
That is great. I've been trying to
Mr.
have
Levine?
that be the
But,
result the whole
I mean,
time.
if the witness gives forthright testimony that he was not, that the district attorney made the decision not to charge him, then there's no need for that instruction. So, Mr. Levine, what's your
I'm
position?
fine with that.
All right. And then I,
No, I'm not going to say anything about the bond. No talk about bond.
I'm just trying to.
I was just trying to.
And sitting here thinking about it, do you both agree that this issue of whether it's open or closed at the time of this incident, that you really don't need to go into that? I mean, isn't it sort of apparent to even just a lay person that cases can be reopened? Homicides can be reopened. So even, and it does appear to be the case that at the time of this incident, that case was closed, done, over, in the filing cabinet, and that the only reason it might be open now is because of this incident, but that a jury would understand that the threat of exposure still carries the same weight in the mind of the person who's threatened. Yeah, they said it was self-defense back then, or said they couldn't disprove self-defense back then. This is going to cause a problem, and they're going to reopen it, and especially if there's Ring doorbell evidence of me saying it was a murder and not self-defense. Isn't that, do you agree that the average juror would understand that to be the case, Mr. Levine?
If I followed you correctly, I think that would be reasonable.
So without having to have testimony about whether it was open or closed at the time of at the specific time of this incident?
Yes, and I think that's reasonable. I think it's fair to both sides because neither side is is able to advance that it wouldn't be filed, or is gonna be filed, or it's not gonna be filed, it's really irrelevant the way the way your Honor explained it and go in any further detail.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes, Judge, I just wanted to make the record clear, I am not waiving any previous
I know
objections.
you're not.
Okay. I think simple, short. He was a first responder. There was the death of a person, 2 gunshot wounds, 1 to the head, 1 to the chest. Collin was arrested. He was never charged, period.
And it was not disputed that the defendant shot and killed the person.
That's fine.
All right. I think that was my rule.
Yeah, exactly, but I anticipated and believed, I think with good reason, that it might go beyond that.
All right. Could we have the,
Do we have like 30 seconds? I need to confer with the defense about one quick thing.
could we have that, the witness again? Sir, you're about to be called to the stand by the state, and both parties have agreed that I should instruct you on the limits of your testimony. You're going to be asked some questions, and you may testify regarding the following facts: that you were a first responder to the killing in Oklahoma. You're not to say anything that it was a house or that the deceased person was his father or related to him in some fashion. You are permitted to testify that the deceased person was shot in the chest and shot in the head, once in the chest, once in the head. It's not in dispute that it was Mr. Griffith over there who inflicted those injuries, and that he was never charged in that incident. Have I left anything out, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes, sir.
I will ask the officer if he could identify the defendant.
That's fine.
All right. So do you have any questions about the limits of your testimony?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Thank you. If you just step outside. We're ready.
Bring in the jury. I have so many questions on this, and this is where it gets conflicting for me because they had enough probable cause for Collin in Lincoln County. I'm sitting here and I pulled back up his record, and there were inconsistencies from Collin in regards to his father's manner of death. So,
be seated. Mr. Levine, next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Officer Christopher Hyde.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony given in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So we'll around the back, watch your step.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Officer Hyde, may you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My name is Christopher Hyde, spelled CHRISTOPHERHYDE.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed as a police officer with the Iowa Tribe Police Department.
And what state is that in?
That is in Oklahoma.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
Approximately 8 years now.
Now, I want to direct your attention specifically to February 14th of 2023. Were you working for the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office as a deputy on that date?
I was.
And did you respond to a homicide scene within your jurisdiction?
Yes,
Were you one of the first responders?
I was.
Were you able to determine through your investigation that the deceased individual had been shot 2 times?
That is correct.
Were you able to determine that 1 gunshot wound was to the chest and 1 gunshot wound was to the head?
Yes,
Through your investigation, were you able to determine that the defendant here in court is the individual who shot the deceased?
yes,
Now, the person that you saw that day, do you see them in court today?
I do.
If you recognize them by something they're wearing, could you state that for the record and perhaps point to the individual?
The defendant is seated at the defense table in a gray suit jacket.
Your Honor, the record will reflect Officer Hyde has identified the defendant. And is it a fair statement that the defendant was not charged for that killing in Oklahoma by the prosecutor's office?
That is correct.
And was the defendant arrested for that?
He was.
All right, Officer Hyde, I have no further questions.
Ms. Ross,
No props.
is the witness released?
He is, Your Honor.
Ms.
Yes.
Thornhill? Thank you, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 10 after noon. We will take our hour lunch at this time. Remember, don't talk about the case with anyone. If anyone approaches you and tries to talk to you about the case, tell them you're on the jury. Tell them to stop. If they don't, leave and let me know as soon as you can by writing it down and giving it to the bailiff. Please enjoy your lunch and return at 10 after 1.
All rise, please.
Do we need to take care of this issue regarding your client's presence during publication of the 911?
We have discussed it again, and his desire is once again to be outside of the courtroom
All
when
right.
it's published, played for the jury. Putting him back in the holding cell is acceptable.
Mr. Levine, is that going to be directly after lunch?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Griffith, you're still under oath. We had previously been talking about your decision to absent yourself from the courtroom during publication of that exhibit. You asked for some additional time with Ms. Thornhill and Mr. Hendry. Have you had enough additional time?
I have no.
And have you discussed the pros and cons of being in here or waiving your appearance?
Yes, yeah, Your Honor.
Have they answered all your questions and addressed any concerns you have about that particular issue?
Yes, Your Honor, they did.
Now, are you under the influence of anything right now, drugs, alcohol, or medication that's prescribed you at the jail?
No, Your Honor.
And has anyone promised you anything or threatened you to get you to absent yourself from the courtroom for a portion of this trial?
No, Your Honor.
I've heard about some mental health history on your behalf. Are you currently under a diagnosis at the jail?
No, Your Honor, I have no diagnosis.
So you're not supposed to be taking any medication that helps you think more clearly or make good decisions.
I am under no prescription, Your Honor.
All right. And Ms. Thornhill, Mr. Hendry, has there been any reason today to believe that your client is not competent to make important decisions such as this?
None at all.
No, Your Honor.
All right. And are you satisfied with the advice and counsel that Ms. Thornhill and Mr. Hendry have given you about this particular issue?
Yes.
Do you have any questions of me?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else you want on the record, Ms. Thornhill?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hendry?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I find that your choice to waive your appearance during that portion of the trial is freely, knowingly, and intelligently made, and that it's made upon the advice of competent counsel. Now, if you change your mind, just tap your lawyer on the shoulder. But Ms. Thornhill, I need to tell the jury something, so what do you suggest I tell? I've never had this occur.
And neither have I.
I'm going to sit down. You may sit.
Okay. I mean, I think simple and straightforward that Collin Griffith has elected not to be present in the courtroom while this particular piece of evidence is published to you. It will be removed from the courtroom, and then they can watch and walk back.
Mr. Levine?
No objection.
All right. So,
And
Your Honor, if I may, I would prefer that, Ms. Thornhill and I get an opportunity to kind of mull this over lunch.
Yeah.
As far as like the exact wording that we would like, I don't have any objection to what she's just suggested, but we hadn't actually discussed how that instruction would look. And frankly, I thought that it was something that you would have to do, but yeah, we'll, if we could, like, before the jury comes back, have
it would be
something.
very helpful if you would write it down and email it to me and copy Mr. Levine.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else before the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
no, sir.
All right. 10 after.
Okay, guys, we're going to take an hour and be back. So I thought I'd put up real quick. This is what is out of. Oh, this is Florida's. Hang on. I need to find Oklahoma's. I was going to share that with y'all real quick. Sorry. So this, and I am still learning how to present information to you guys, so forgive me on that. But this is the affidavit that Lincoln County, Oklahoma had in Collin Griffith's first degree, and I want to say murder charge. He wasn't indicted, but they had probable cause. So let's just put it that way. So I thought I'd put that up on the screen for you guys to look at. I don't know how to make that bigger. So I'll leave it at that. But that is there. So we'll see you guys in about 45 minutes. Hey guys, welcome back to Pink Dino Media. Before court begins, I just wanted to give a breakdown, those who are just joining with us, the events that took place. So we're going to break down the opening statements and some key witness testimonies in a way that's both informative and respectful. So in opening statements, the prosecution didn't hold back portraying Collin as having viciously attacked his mother. They alleged that after an argument, Collin assaulted Catherine, leading to her untimely death. They also mentioned that Catherine had threatened to reveal recordings of Collin admitting to a previous incident involving his father, Charles Griffith. This context, they argue, provides a motive for Collin's actions. On the flip side, the defense painted a different picture. They described the incident as a tragic accident, emphasizing that Collin had no intention of harming his mother. They urged the jury to consider the family complex dynamics and the emotional stress Collin was under, especially given the previous incident involving his father. The key witnesses so far was investigator Laura Ellis from the Polk County Sheriff's Office. She took the stand, providing the details from the crime scene. She described the evidence collected and shared some insights from the investigation. Her testimony aimed to support the prosecution's narrative of intentional harm. Deputy Hyde also testified. He was from Lincoln County Sheriff's Department in Oklahoma, confirming his role as a first responder in the incident involving Collin's father, Charles Griffith. While his testimony was brief, it established a connection between the two tragic events in Collin's life, possibly shedding light on his mental and emotional state. Also, right before they headed to lunch, his attorney had discussed with Collin, and Collin does not want to be in court during the 911 call played during the incident, indicating the emotional toll it was taken on him. And the judge granted this request, allowing him to step out while this takes place. This case brings to light significant mental health considerations. The trauma of experiencing the deaths of both parents under such circumstances could have profound psychological impacts on a teenager. It's essential to approach this case with empathy and an understanding of the potential health, sorry about that, health issues at play. I'd love to hear your thoughts, but let's keep the discussion going. And remember, behind these headlines are real people and emotions.
the record, Mr. Griffith is present with both lawyers. Mr. Levine is here for the state. Ms. Thornhill, any change to your client's position? Before we bring the jury back in, just quickly, Mr. Levine, this evidence that you want to get in regarding Mr. Griffith's statement to Mr. Rapkin, his lawyer, is that today?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Maybe Friday.
Before that, I mean, you understood the basis of my ruling was that he knew or should have known, assuming that the cell phone was controlled by his parent or grandmother or someone in acting as a parent, and that you would have to establish that to the court's satisfaction. You identified some things out in the hallway today, but I'm going to ask that you provide all of that, every bit of it, to Ms. Thornhill and Mr. Hendry well in advance, like hopefully today after court, how you intend to prove that, because I don't want to have a jury waiting forever while we're talking about that in the hallway again. So if that's something that can be addressed beforehand, I want to address it that way. So.
Yeah, that's no problem. Just for the record, and I think Your Honor understands and the defense understands, it's all part of the discovery. But if your request is to point them to those spots so that our discussion in court can be more efficient, I don't have a problem with
Yes,
that.
that's my request.
Yes, Your Honor, not a problem. But there's not going to be any new evidence. It's all been provided in discovery.
All right. All right. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. And Ms. Thornhill, just for the record, you provided me with an instruction regarding your client's absence that reads, Collin Griffith has elected to waive his presence in the courtroom during publication of this particular piece of evidence.
Because I didn't have downstairs the evidence number.
It's 165.
But that's all you want me to say. Mr. Levine, any objection to that?
No objection.
You said 165?
Yes.
Please be seated. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Mr. Levine?
Your Honor, the state calls Sally Bell.
Stand here with your right hand, be sworn by the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Good afternoon. You may proceed, Mr. Levine.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Miss Bell, good afternoon. I know you're soft-spoken, but if you could please speak up nice and loudly so the jurors can hear you. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Sally K. Bell.
And could you please spell your first and middle name for the
First name
record?
is Sallie. Middle name is Kate.
Tell the jury about what's the name of the community where you live,
Hamptons, the Hamptons.
and what type of community is that?
It's a mobile home.
And
Hampton.
does it do you have to be a certain age to live there?
Yes.
And what age is that?
I think it's 65. I'm not sure.
Now, is it a pretty quiet and nice neighborhood?
Very much so.
Do you live across the street from a location where there was a stabbing?
Yes.
And I want to talk about that. If I could direct your attention to that Sunday on September 8th of 2024. The person that lives at that house, do you know her? Susan Detman is her name.
No, I've seen her, but I don't know her.
Were you aware that she had a grandson?
No.
Now, let's talk specifically about that Sunday. Tell the jury, what were you doing on that day?
Well, I was preparing to go to church. It was about 4:45, and I was putting my purse and everything on the coffee table, and I looked up and I saw the black car parked in the driveway, and a white car was in the road.
All right. Jurors, can you hear her? Yes. Okay. Now, you mentioned that the time was about 4:45. Tell the jury how you remember that time.
Well, we go to church at 5:30, so we were getting up on the north side of Florida Avenue, and so we always leave a little early to get there.
All right. So around 4:45, which of the cars did you say was parked under the carport?
The black car.
All right. Did you see the white car arrive?
I didn't see it arrive. No.
All right. When you looked out your window and noticed the black car was in the carport and the white car was on the street, what did you see? What happened?
Oh, the coming out of the house and all?
Yeah, what did you see? What were people doing?
Oh, okay. I saw a lady come out, and she had clothes in her hand, and she went around to the passenger side of the car, and she put the clothes in the car. The young man was standing on the driver's side.
Okay, when you refer to the car, are you speaking of the black car?
The black car, yes. I'm sorry.
No problem. And that black car, then, that was under the carport, is that correct?
Yes.
Had you ever seen the guy before?
Yes, I've seen him once before.
And when was that? Do you recall?
That was about a year ago or something before this.
And so the time when you saw him on Sunday would have been the second time you saw
The
him?
second time, yes.
And do you see him in court today?
Yes.
Could you please point to him, Miss Bell?
The young man in the middle.
All right, for the record, Miss Bell has identified the defendant. Now, when you saw the lady, she was loading the clothes up in the black car, is that right?
Yes.
What was the defendant and the lady doing? What were they doing, like, in conjunction with each other?
Well, he was standing on the driver's side. He wasn't doing anything, just standing there. And she went around and she put the clothes on the passenger side, and then she was talking, and her hands were going. I couldn't hear what she was saying. And she went around the back of the car, up close to him, and she was swinging her arms again, and he reached. And she says, I heard her say, let go of my hair, you're hurting me.
When
And
she said, let go of my hair, you're hurting me, was she doing anything violent to
she
him?
was swinging her arms and talking to him. And she was right up in his face, was talking to him. And then he reached out and to grab her hair. She said, let go of my hair, you're hurting me. And he reached up and opened the door, and they went inside, pulled her inside.
Okay. So let me ask you a few specific questions. When she and the defendant were talking, did it look like it was an animated or a heated conversation?
Arguing from one side. I didn't see him say anything. I just heard her.
Okay. And you kind of did a hand motion. Was she trying to hit him or trying to punch him or anything?
She was waving her hands like this.
Okay.
And then she said, let go of my hair, you're hurting me.
And when you say waving your hands like that, is that like as
She was
she's
talking.
talking to him?
Same
Okay.
way she was talking on the other side of the car.
Okay, I got you. When the defendant grabbed her hair, what did she say?
She said, let go of my hair, you're hurting me.
And were you inside or outside?
I was inside in my living room.
So it must have been loud enough, obviously, for you
I
able
could
to hear that.
yes.
And what did the defendant do to her next?
Then he just reached in and got hold to her, and he opened the door and pulled her in.
Was that the last you ever saw
That's
of
the
her?
last I saw.
Now, did you end up going to church that evening?
I did.
And did you return to your house later that evening?
I did.
About what time did you get back, Miss Bell?
About 6:30 or 6:45.
And when you did return, was anything out of the ordinary going on?
We couldn't turn into Hewlett Drive where we live, so we had to go all the way around the back and come in from the other way. And when we got there, there was a policeman saying that we couldn't come through that way. So we said, well, our house is right there. He said, okay. So he moved the police car, and we pulled in our driveway.
Miss Bell, I don't have any other questions for you.
Thank you. Cross-exam?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Hendry?
How are you doing, Ms. Bell?
I'm fine. How are you?
Got a few questions for you.
Okay.
You said that you could see the woman moving her arms, and you kind of gestured.
Yes.
I mean, was she moving her arms in a direction, or was it just generally up above her head?
She was facing him over the car. She could see him, and she was talking and waving her hand.
So, I mean,
I couldn't understand what she was saying to him.
Did it look like she was dancing, or did it
No,
look like she was
no,
doing something
no,
else?
She was talking and using
Okay.
her hands. It's like,
And so animated,
right.
directed at the person that
At
was
the
standing
person.
on the other side? Is that
Correct.
how you would say it?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that he was just standing there?
He was just standing there looking at her.
Okay. Was he inside
He
the...
was outside,
so
next to the
he's-
car.
The car's in the carport,
Yes.
roughly near the door?
Near
would you
the
say?
door.
Okay.
On the driver's side.
And she walked over to him?
She walked around the car to him.
Okay. Now, can you hear any noise at this point?
Not then, no.
Okay.
I just saw her walking.
And about how long is this going on?
I guess maybe about 10 minutes, maybe. I'm not sure.
Okay. You're watching it?
I'm watching it.
And you said that you and your husband were getting ready for church,
Yeah,
right?
he was in the back room getting dressed.
So he's not up there watching it
No,
with you?
no.
Okay. And then, so when the woman gets close to the man, she's still moving her hands?
Still moving her hands.
And how far apart were they at
They
this
were
point?
standing close. They
Okay.
were standing close.
And was she moving her hands, he's close enough to touch her at some
He's
point?
close enough to touch her,
Okay.
yes.
And he reaches out and touches her, either by, you hear her say...
Apparently by the hair, because she said, let go of my hair, you're hurting me.
But could you see that?
I saw his arm come up and around, and then she grabbed her hair.
Okay. So you see her hand on her hair?
Yes.
Okay. And, was she moving her hands when she's that close to him?
Yes, she was talking, waving her hands like it went on the other side. And then she went around the back and she was still waving her hands.
And until you hear the exclamation, "Let go of my hair, you're hurting me," you haven't heard anything else?
No, I couldn't understand what they were saying.
Okay. And you didn't hear anything after that exclamation?
No,
There wasn't any, for example, no's or anything like that?
no.
Okay. And you said they went into the house
Went
together?
into the house, yes.
Okay. Were both of their feet moving? I mean, were they both walking?
Yeah, as far as I could see. I couldn't actually see the steps, but they went up and went into the house.
And you watched them go into the
I
house?
watched them go into the house.
Okay. And you and your husband then presumably finished getting ready and went to church,
We
right?
went to church, yes.
Okay. And at this point, I mean, you didn't call 911, right?
No,
Okay.
no.
Did you and your husband, talk about this?
No, we talked about the white car because we had never seen that before. And he said we had to go around it in order to get to leave.
And so other than the fact that the white car was present and you didn't know whose it was,
I didn't know who it was, no.
this was not something that was really piquing your interest at that time?
No.
And it wasn't until you can't get into your neighborhood that you start becoming worried that there might be something that
There's
happened
something
there?
wrong, and I saw the yellow tape around. I said, "What is that?" And I asked my husband, and he told me, "It's what you see on television." And I said, "Oh."
So would you describe what you saw as somebody being dragged into a house?
Well, see, the car was parked, and then the steps are there, and it's like two steps up, and so I couldn't actually see the feet going in, but I know he reached up and opened the door, and he pulled her in.
So I mean, if he's pulling her against her will, I mean, he's having to lift her up steps, right? You can't just go straight in.
She walked up the steps.
Okay, so she's moving her feet as far as you could tell
Correct.
up the steps.
Correct.
And other than the one other time you had seen the gentleman, no interactions with these people that you were aware of?
He was there by himself the first time I saw him.
Okay. And that black car, how long was it present across the street, do you know?
It came in late that night because when I went to bed, there was nothing in the driveway. And when I got up early that morning, I saw it in the driveway.
Okay, so the black car arrived the night before at some point while you were asleep?
Sometime, yeah.
Okay. And you were home that day?
Mm-hmm.
And you never saw it move?
No,
Okay, you never saw anybody in and out of the house?
no.
When the two people, the man that you've identified as sitting here at the table with us,
Yes.
did you see him in the yard at all?
No.
Next to the house, in front of the house?
Just on the side of the
Okay.
car.
And did you ever see the woman in the yard?
I've never
In front
seen
of the
her
house?
before, no.
Okay, so she was only, as far as you, from what you could see, it was just around that black car?
Around the car.
There was nothing out in the yard?
No.
Okay. But if she had come from the white car, then presumably she would have had to walk up that way? Okay. No further questions.
Thank you. Read the record.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Bell, when the defendant pulled the lady in to the house by her hair, were you still in the same vantage point, looking out the window?
Yes.
And I want to show you one photograph that has been already moved into evidence previously, which is 167. Can you see that on your screen close by?
We can have it lower it because some of the drawers
Okay, I
can see.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Now, Miss Bell, I'm going to point to what I believe is the house where the stabbing happened, but correct me if I'm wrong. Can you see where I'm pointing? Is that the house? Actually, I'll come to your screen too.
Yeah, because
Is that the house?
that's the house, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And for purposes of the record, I pointed, I know it's kind of far to see, but I pointed to this on your screen. So,
That's,
all right, very good. Now, which is your house? Is your house this one?
no,
Is your house this one?
yes.
Okay, so, and your window, I assume, is at the front of the house, is that right?
Yes,
Okay, so you have a pretty good view, angle-wise, is that correct?
correct.
All right. Now, when the defendant and the lady were first having whatever discussion they were having, you mentioned you could not hear that, correct? Is it a fair statement that when the lady said, "Let go of my hair, you're hurting me," that she yelled it or shouted it loud enough for you to be able to hear it?
Yes, she did.
Okay. I have no further questions for you, ma'am.
Is Ms. Dahl released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes.
Mr. Hendry?
Yes, sure.
Thank you. Next witness.
The state calls Nancy Jones. Nancy Jones.
This way, now. This way. Ma'am, ma'am. Step out of here to this line and raise your right hand and have the clerk swear you in. Raise your right hand and the clerk swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony given in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Not this way, please. Just let you step down and you gotta see what you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Jones. May you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Nancy K. Jones.
And what community do you live in?
I live in the Hamptons.
Do you live across from a lady named Susan Detman?
Yes, I do.
And have you gotten to know her from living across from her for a while?
Yes, I have.
Are you aware that she has a grandson named Collin Griffith?
Yes, I am aware.
Has you seen him periodically coming and going over the time you've lived there?
Yes, I have.
Now, I want to direct your attention specifically to September 8th of 2024, which is a Sunday, when something out of the ordinary happened on your block. Do you remember, first of all, seeing the defendant at his grandmother's house at all that weekend, Saturday and or Sunday?
No, just the car.
All right, and the car being what color car?
It was a black.
And was it parked under the carport?
Yes, it was.
On a certain time on Sunday, did you happen to notice another car arrive at the house?
Yes, a white car.
Describe to the jury what you saw.
A white car pulled into the driveway, immediately sped out of the driveway, and then parked on the street.
Had you ever seen that white car before?
I believe I did last winter.
Did anyone get out of the white car?
Yes.
Up until this point, has you seen the Susan Detman's grandson outside or not?
Last winter I did.
Okay, but on Sunday you hadn't seen him at this
Never.
point?
No.
All right, continue on. What happened when the car ended up parking on the street? What happened next?
The lady, well, I was a young girl, got out of the car, slammed the door, slung her purse over her shoulder, and proceeded into the house.
Has you ever seen the young lady before?
Not personally one-on-one, but I've seen the car over there. I thought it was granddaughter. She looked very young.
And where did you say the young lady went?
She immediately went into the house.
Where were you when you saw this?
I was sitting on my lanai.
And where's that at? In the front? Or
Yes, in the front.
All right. Did you think anything of it when that happened?
Nothing.
What happened next?
What happened next? I went back to the house and started doing some dishes and stuff. And then I walked back outside, sat down on my lanai. And then I seen, do you want me to go into the details now?
Yes.
I seen the lady standing on the top step, and I just seen an arm come out and grab her by the shoulder, by her hair, and I just turned my head and immediately went back into the house.
Did you see who the person was that grabbed her
No.
by the shoulder and the hair?
No, never seen his face, never seen anything. All I seen was the shoulder and the hand come out.
And then what happened after the person grabbed her shoulder and hair?
I don't know. I went back into the house.
And then at any point did you realize that law enforcement had responded?
Yeah, about 40, maybe 45 minutes later, I was in my kitchen and I heard sirens and everything. I turned around and I seen cop cars in my yard and they were everywhere.
So besides the white car that pulled up, the only car that you had seen at the house was the black car, is that right?
That was it.
And I'm going to show you a picture. You can see it on the screen close to you. It's 167. And I wanted to know, can you see where...
I don't know which is which.
All right, no problem. That was going to be my question.
My car has the red trucks.
Yeah, I hear you. So this here, we've heard testimony, is Susan Detman's house.
Okay.
Which house is yours?
This is mine.
Okay, and for the record, I'm going to walk back up to the big screen. Is this the house you're pointing to as being your house?
Yes.
Okay. And from your view, is it kind of tough to see inside the Miss Detman's doorway?
It's catacornered, yes.
All right. I have no further questions for you, ma'am.
Cross, Mr. Hendry?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I do have a few questions for you.
Thank you.
Ms. Jones, you said that you knew Miss Detman, correct?
Very.
She's been your neighbor? Okay.
Yep.
How long?
I don't know how long she had been living there. Not good. It was probably 6 months.
Okay. And you had previously seen her grandson at the house?
Last February, I believe it was.
Okay. How many times had you seen him before?
I've seen him about 3 times. I think he was there like 3 weeks, maybe, and he was out running. I just seen him running. I'm assuming it was a family member.
You're assuming he was a family member?
Yeah.
Okay. So you never spoken with him?
Never spoken with
You
him.
didn't actually know the relationship?
No,
Okay.
none.
And the woman you saw, you had never seen her before?
No. I'd seen her, she drove up in the car, but I'd never personally met her or anything.
And when you said drive up in the car, are you talking previously? Like you had seen
Last
that?
winter,
Okay.
I'd seen the car over there.
Now, on September 8th, when you see that white car arrive, you described that you saw it speeding out of the driveway.
Yeah.
Is that like tires screeching in reverse?
She was, yeah, kinda, she was angry.
Okay. And you said that she slammed her door and threw her purse on.
She
so-
slung her purse up on her shoulder and immediately went up to the house.
Okay, so from your perspective, she looked like she was upset?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said the next time you saw her she was standing on the porch steps?
Yes, on the porch steps.
So you didn't see her outside at all in between those 2 periods of time?
Before she was standing up on the steps, she was throwing clothes in the car.
Okay, so you saw her at which car?
She was throwing clothes into Collin's car. The door was open and she was throwing clothes into the car.
And that would be the black car that was parked in the carport?
Yes.
And you're calling that Collins' car because you saw the other person get out of the white car, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you hadn't actually seen the black car arrive?
No, but I knew that was Collin's car because I'd gotten a phone call because I was house sitting for Susan.
Okay. So you were aware that Collin was coming?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
I knew Collin was there the Saturday before the accident happened.
Okay. And so you see a woman go into the house angry, and then she comes out with clothes and starts putting them in the black car. Did it look like she had calmed down?
I just didn't really pay that much attention to it like she'd calmed down, but she was throwing the clothes, so I'm assuming she was still upset. I don't know.
Now, when
I'm
you say
still across the street, so I don't know.
when you say throwing clothes, are we talking like into
Yeah.
the car? Okay, so
The
not
door was
placing.
open, so like throwing them in there.
And did you see her open the door? of
I
the
never
car?
seen her open the door.
Okay. So you weren't sitting and watching this whole incident.
Oh, no, I was busy in the kitchen and stuff.
All right. Now, you said that you saw a hand come out and touch a shoulder on
Yeah.
the steps. Did you hear anything?
I never heard nothing. I turned my head and went back into the house and got busy again.
And from your perspective, did it look like the person was getting dragged into the house?
No. I just, like I said, when I seen the hand come out and grab her by the shoulder, I turned and went back into the house, and I said, they'll probably work it out. I thought it was his sister, or Susan's granddaughter. And I said, they're probably having a little spat, and they'll work it out.
But you didn't call 911.
No, I never called 911.
Now, would you say that this type of thing is something that is typical in your neighborhood?
No.
This was a unique
I lived in
instance?
Chicago for 30 years, and I seen a lot in Chicago. So in Chicago, we see something, we usually turn the head the other way. And I know cops say if you see something, hear something, you're supposed to report. I didn't think anything more about it.
So this wasn't something that was so dangerous to you, you felt the
No,
need to report it?
I
Okay.
did not feel good.
And, I mean, now the incident with the woman's going in, mad, do people often, spin their tires in your neighborhood, anything like that?
No.
So the whole instance was pretty unique.
Yes.
Okay. Now, after law enforcement arrived, was that the end of your night, or did you have
Well,
any
there
more
was so many
interactions?
cops and stuff. No, I sit out on my lanai, and they just kept coming and coming. And then all the neighbors were out in the yard. We had no idea what went on.
Now, you're friends with Susan, correct?
Yes, I am.
Did you contact her?
I contacted her, yes, when I seen all the cop cars. I immediately called her.
Okay. And did you make any efforts to contact Collin?
Oh, no.
Did you see him after the instance?
Yes, I did.
Okay, where was he?
He was in the driveway.
How did he look?
And his arms were red, and the cops were all around him. And I was on the phone talking to Susan, and Susan told me to go over and tell him that she would be there in a couple hours, or wherever she was at. She was in the Keys. And so I walked outside, and I waved at Collin, and I said, Susan's on her way.
From your perspective, did he look upset?
He looked very emotional, yes. He'd been crying. I could see him crying in the driveway.
So you could tell his face was red, or how
Oh,
would you
yeah,
describe it?
he was an emotional wreck. But I didn't know, still I did not know what happened.
And, we've seen the aerial photos. This is not a very wide roadway that you're from across the street, correct? Like
It's
from your
two
house
cars,
to her house,
yeah.
it's close.
2 cars passing.
So you were able to get a good eye view on Collin at that moment. You
For
were
my
close enough-
lanai, yes.
And I'm talking when you walked out there, you're close enough that you could see him.
Well, his arms were red. I didn't know. I thought they were like you had been in a scuffle with somebody. Somebody grabs your arm and they turn red. That's what I looked like. It was a scuffle.
So he's got red arms, his face is red, it looks like he's been crying too.
He looked like he'd been crying.
And this was, what time did you say?
4:40, 50, or somewhere around there, whenever the cops got there.
So this is after the cops have arrived, and they have him outside.
They have him outside.
And prior to that, you had not seen him.
I had not seen him.
No further questions, thank you.
Is there action, Mr. Levine?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Henry?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
This one?
Yes. Is that the podium?
Next witness, Mr. Levine?
Your Honor, this time the state will be claiming state exhibits 165.
Has it been received yet?
No, Your Honor.
I'm
Are
sorry,
you-
165 is the, oh, yes.
Are you offering states 165?
Yes, sir.
For the record, what is it?
165 is a 911 call.
Is there any objection?
No objection, but
It is received. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Griffith has elected to waive his presence in the courtroom during the publication of States 165. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Levine, you may publish.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. All right.
18/14/11, 2nd September 8, 2024. 911, what's the address of the emergency? Hampton in Florida. I don't know the fucking, I don't know the secret address. My mom is talking to EMS now. She's bleeding out. Please help. Your mom is doing what? My mom is bleeding out. She's bleeding out. Okay, what's the address? Or where do you think you are? What road are you off of? What road crosses that road? The Hampton in Florida. You go through the gate and you take the first right, and it's the house with the black jet out front. I'm trying to get into the Hampton Inn. The Hampton Inn, yes, ma'am. What city is it in? Well, it's Auburndale. I can get it 2 minutes. I can't hit her up. Okay, how do I lift someone? I need to get her to the hospital. Okay. How do I lift someone? Okay, you called 911, so we're going to send an ambulance. She doesn't have time. She's leaking it. She's fucking failed. She doesn't have time. She needs to go now. Okay, and I'm using the address I see you at. Is that right? Is that where you are? Yes, ma'am. Okay. What can I do? I have your price after. She's so fucking got a... What the fuck do I do? Help is being sent. Stay on the line so I can get more information for the responders. I am. I don't know. Okay, help is being sent. Okay, medical help is being sent. She's bleeding out. Where is she bleeding from, sir? She's bleeding from the neck, ma'am. This is my mother. I tried to keep it. Are you with the patient now? I'm with her. Yes, I'm with her now. How old is the patient? She's 39 years old. She has a heart condition. She has a Is she awake? No, she's unconscious. She's not responsible. Okay. Is she breathing? No, she's not. I don't think she's alive. Okay, where is it? And you said neck. Okay. All right, listen to me. I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Okay, listen to me. Are you right by her now? I am by her, yes. Okay, listen carefully. Lay her flat on her back on the floor and remove anything under her head. Okay, she's good. She's good. Okay, I did it right now. Okay. Listen carefully, and I'll tell you how to do chest compressions. Make sure she is flat on her back on the ground. Place the heel of your hand on the breastbone in the center of the chest, right between the nipples. Put your other hand on top of that hand. Just let take off the shirt. Just make sure she is flat on her back on the floor. Place the heel of your hand on the breastbone in the center of the chest, right between the nipples. Put your other hand on top of that hand. Okay. All right, pump the chest hard and fast, at least twice per second and 2 inches deep. Let the chest come all the way up between pumps. We're going to do this until help can take over. Count out loud so I can count with you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. One moment. Okay, just keep going, okay? listen, what caused the bleeding? Listen, what caused the bleeding? She got real tight and she went to use the knife and she fell on it. Where is the knife right now? And who did she get in a fight with? We got real tight for a long time and then she got on top of me and fell on it and pushed it back. The knife, the knife to me. Yeah, I don't have it. I'll try it across the board. Where is the knife? I just put it across the floor right here. And is the bleeding controlled? She stopped bleeding. No more blood coming out. She lost it. Where did you throw the knife? I threw it to my right. You threw it to your right? It was totally away from you. It's away from me. Where's your mother? I'm over her. I'm trying to save her. Where are you? Where's her? Where are you? Out in the kitchen. In the house. And the door is unlocked. Okay, you're with your mother, correct? Okay, listen to me. Listen to me, please. Stop, okay? Listen to me, and I'm going to tell you how to control the bleeding. Okay? Okay. All right, hold on. There's no more blood coming out of the wound. He's lost it all. Okay, listen, okay? We're going to do this, okay? Okay, listen to me. Get a clean, dry cloth or a towel and tell me when you have it. My family towel. Okay. Is the blood spurting or pouring out? No. Okay. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's no more. All right. Does she have a bleeding disorder or is she normally on blood thinners? No. Okay. I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Okay. Okay, I'm going to tell you how to stop the bleeding. Listen carefully to make sure we do it right. Get a clean, dry cloth or a towel and tell me when you have it. Now place it right on the wound and press down firmly. Don't lift it up to look. Without lifting the cloth up, please tell me if the bleeding is under control now. Yes, there's no blood. She's lost all her blood. Okay, reassure her that help is on the way from now on. Don't let them have anything to eat or drink. It might make her sick or cause further problems. Don't move her unless it's absolutely necessary. Just tell her to be still and wait for help to arrive. 1, 2, 3, 4. Listen, I need you to keep doing this. Listen, okay? I need you to keep doing this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep doing it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are they there? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are they inside? Hello? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Griffith has returned. Mr. Levine?
All right, thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Deputy Alexander Walker. Deputy Alexander Walker.
Step up this way. Step here, raise your right hand to the clerk this morning.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. This way. Step right up in the signature.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Mr. Levine, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Deputy Walker. May you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name is Deputy Alexander Walker in the Sheriff's Office for about a year now.
Tell the jury about your education and training and experience in law enforcement.
So I graduated from Florida State with my bachelor's with a minor in psychology. I finished my training the winter of 2023. I've been with the Sheriff's Office for about a year, only about a half a year by the time of this incident.
All right, Deputy Walker, what shift did you work at that time?
I worked on the Delta night shift.
Now, specifically, I'm going to direct your attention to Sunday, September 8th of 2024. Did you respond to a crime scene in Polk County?
Yes, sir.
And describe to the jury what kind of call you got and what you did.
The call I got was a assist EMS, what we call as a 50 alpha for an AED assist, a major medical assist. First.
Approximately how long did it take you to get to the scene from where you responded from?
Approximately 5 minutes from where we were at.
When you arrived on scene, what did you do first?
First thing I did when I entered the scene was I announced myself as Polk County Sheriff's Office, wanted the subjects inside to make themselves known to our presence so that if there was any harm, weapons, anything like that, they would be put away from arm's reach.
Did you go in by yourself?
No, sir.
Who did you go in with?
I went in with Deputy Sheriff Pivernick.
And when you announce your presence, do you do that loudly? Do you shout it?
Yes, sir.
So anybody within the household that's alive would be able to hear it?
Yes, sir.
Now, as you enter Did you enter the door by the carport?
Yes, sir.
And when you entered, what did you notice about the first room that you entered?
First room that I entered, I noticed a pair, or at least a single AirPod, as well as the AirPod case on the ground.
Besides that being on the ground, did the house look like it was in order and nicely
Yes.
put together?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go from the living room area?
From there, I heard a male subject inside the house shouting, "I'm inside the kitchen."
What did you do next?
I then proceeded to the kitchen, and while walking to the kitchen, I saw a knife, a blood-covered knife, over in front of the washer and dryer to my left. Saw the subject in the kitchen.
Where was the subject positioned in relationship to the deceased lady?
The subject was positioned over the deceased's head.
Did you find that odd at all?
Yes.
Why?
For doing normal CPR and everything, assuming everybody's been taught and seen videos on doing CPR from beside the person, never over top their head, possibly blocking airways.
So when you saw the defendant above her head, what did you do next?
At that point, I told Deputy Sheriff Pibernick to stay with the subject as I went outside to confirm for EMS that it was clear for them to come inside.
Do you see that person in the house, excuse me, not in the house, but in the courtroom today that you saw in the house?
Yes, sir. He's right there.
And for the record, you're pointing over to the defense table. What is the defendant wearing for purposes of our record?
Wearing a plaid button-up shirt, a gray jacket, and glasses.
For the record, Deputy Walker has identified the defendant. Do you recall, Deputy, was the defendant wearing a shirt at that time?
No, sir.
So no shirt?
No shirt.
And did he have on a black pair of shorts and black shoes?
Yes, sir.
Did you notice any blood on his body?
None on his torso and none on his upper arms. It was only on his hands and forearms.
What happened next?
At that point, I began to secure the scene by putting crime scene tape around it, and after I was done with that, I was just waiting with Pibernick and waiting for supervision as well.
Did you see anybody wash the blood off the defendant outside or
EMS.
inside or anywhere?
EMS rinsed off his arms.
And at whose request was that?
I do not recall.
Did you think that was a little out of the ordinary?
Yes.
If it were up to you, would a individual standing over a dead body be preserved in the manner in which you?
Objection, Your Honor, almost for speculation. He's only on the job for 6 months.
Deputy Walker, as I was saying, if it were up to you and your duties and responsibilities, and you come into contact with somebody who's over the top of a dead person, would you try to keep them in the same state in terms of not letting them wash their hands or not letting them destroy evidence or get rid of anything?
Yes.
Now, did Deputy Pibernick then take the defendant outside?
Yes.
When you saw the defendant, describe his demeanor.
At first, he was in a somewhat manic state, but again, once he went outside, he was more calm and collected.
What happened when he was outside then?
Outside, he spontaneously uttered to me and Deputy Sheriff Pibernick that there was blood everywhere, and then it stopped bleeding, and then she was dead.
What were your responsibilities from that point on?
From that point on, the subject was then taken into custody and placed in the rear of my marked vehicle.
What was your opinion of the crime scene?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Ruled that the question is unclear. Would you rephrase the question?
Yes, Your Honor. While you were inside at the crime scene, did you have an opportunity to observe the rooms that you thought were relevant? You understand that one?
Not really, no.
All right, you described the living room.
Mm-hmm.
You described where you saw the defendant. Did you actually then go into the kitchen and
Yes.
see see the scene in the kitchen?
Yes.
What did you see?
In the kitchen, I saw a large pool of blood around the subject's head and neck area, as well as blood spatter going up the side of the cabinet.
Did you move anything?
Didn't move anything, no.
And is that common to purposely not move things so that the integrity of the scene can be maintained?
Yes, sir.
Now, when the defendant was in the back seat of your car, what were you doing?
While he was in the back seat, I was in the front seat of my car, working on this report.
And what was the defendant's demeanor like when he was in your car?
Demeanor was still calm and collected.
Did he seem to have any concern or worry?
No.
Did he speak about anything to you?
Nothing genuinely. We were talking about, or I tried to spark up just normal conversation, ask him about video games he played.
And did he respond and talk about video games?
Yeah, he said he enjoyed strategic games.
Did his demeanor change at all when you interacted with him?
Little, it seemed more cheerful at the time, but still calm.
Was he then eventually taken to wherever you took him?
About some odd hours later, yes.
Okay. All right, Deputy Walker. I don't have any further questions for you.
Cross-exam.
Deputy Walker, Miss Griffith was lying on the floor in between a kitchen island and a kitchen cabinet, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Not a very wide space, was
No.
it? So really not any room for someone to be on the side of her to perform CPR, right?
Yes.
When you were talking to Collin, when he was in your car, you brought up video games, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you did that to try and distract him from what he had just seen and been through, right?
No, ma'am.
What were you doing talking to him about video games then?
Just trying to have a normal conversation.
A normal conversation with a child whose mom just died in front of him. Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you read him his Miranda warnings?
No, ma'am.
Any reason why not?
No, ma'am.
He was in your custody, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Handcuffed,
Yes, ma'am.
inside a car that he could not get out of,
Yes, ma'am.
and you started talking to him.
Yes, ma'am.
You know from your training that if you are going to talk to somebody who is under arrest, that you are required to read them their Miranda warnings, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That includes you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney, correct? And
Yes,
it
ma'am.
goes on from there. But you did not read those to him,
Yes, ma'am.
even though you were talking to him and asking him questions after you'd handcuffed him and put him in your car.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get in trouble for violating your procedures?
No, ma'am.
Had you ever met Collin Griffith before this?
No, ma'am.
So you have no idea how he acts normally.
No, ma'am.
Have you ever had a parent die in front of you?
No, ma'am.
So you don't know how you would react
No.
when something like that happened, would you?
No, ma'am.
Have you listened to the 911 call in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, what's your opinion of Collin's demeanor then? He wasn't calm and collected, was he?
At the beginning, it sounded as if he was calm, and then towards whenever deputies arrived on scene, then he was more frantic.
Okay, so the 9 or so minutes between the beginning and the end, do you think he was normal?
At the beginning, yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Redirect.
Just briefly. So, Deputy, as it pertains to Miranda warnings, is it a fair statement you weren't interrogating him or asking him anything about the case? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So, from that standpoint, did you feel any reason to read him Miranda warnings when you weren't interrogating him or asking him anything about the case?
No, sir.
is talking about video games with someone, is that some devious plan of yours, or was it just conversation?
Just conversation.
All right, I have no further questions.
That's now being used against it.
Is there a question?
Ms. Thornhill, avoid
Was
the
there an
commentary.
objection that the answer was already?
Avoid the commentary, please, unless
Yes,
there is
sir.
a legal objection. Save it for argument.
Yes, sir.
Is the witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right, folks, it's about 2:30. We'll take our mid-afternoon recess of 15 minutes.
All rise, please.
Ms. Thornhill, you know better.
I do. You're right. I was just,
I understand.
Yeah.
But save the outrage for the appropriate phase of the trial, no matter how outrageous it may sound. Anything we need to take up, Mr. Levine?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
no, sir.
All right, we'll be in a 15-minute recess. How many
Your
more?
Honor, I have 3 more witnesses.
Okay. Please be seated. Next witness, Mr. Levine.
Your Honor, State College Deputy Anthony Hibernick.
Step this way, please. Stand right here, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yes, it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi there, Deputy. May you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
Yes, I am Deputy Pibernick with the Polk County Sheriff's Office, and you spell my last name as Pibernick.
And tell the jury a little bit about your education, work experience, and training in law enforcement.
So actually, right when I graduated high school, I signed up to join the academy to become a Polk County Sheriff. Then I attended Polk State College, and then graduated from Polk State College and got sworn in as a deputy.
Do you work the road now?
Yes, I do.
And what shift do you work?
I am currently TDY to BSI, but at that time, I was on Southwest Delta.
And tell the jury about what BSI is.
BSI is an unmarked unit, so we do anything as far as finding someone who's narcotics and all those other types of operations that we work on.
All right, Deputy, I want to direct your attention to September 8th of 2024, Sunday evening. Did you get a call to respond to a location in Auburndale, reference a stabbing victim?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did.
So I received a call, which is a signal 50 from EMS, which means we have to go make sure the scene is clear before we can enter. At this time, me and my partner, Deputy Walker, were arriving on scene. We entered the scene, and at that point is when we saw Collin Griffith over his mother trying to attempt to do CPR.
Now, do you see the person that you referenced as Collin Griffith in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to him and say something that he's wearing for our record?
Yes. He's wearing a gray jacket.
Your Honor, let the record reflect the deputy has identified the defendant. Now, when you came into contact with the defendant, what did you do?
I then walked him outside underneath the carport area right behind his vehicle.
And were you and Deputy Walker the first two law enforcement responders?
Yes.
And did you both go in the house together?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you first entered the house, what did you notice about the house, if anything, inside?
As I walked into the house, I immediately began to clear the house as my partner walked up to Collin Griffith. And then after clearing the house is when I walked back into the living room area, made it known that it was clear, and that is when my partner advised me to take Collin Griffith outside.
Did you notice the ear pod on the ground in the family room?
At that point, I did not.
Did you notice it at any point?
After, yes.
Now, when you were outside with the defendant, or interacting with the defendant, how would you describe his demeanor?
When I first walked him outside, he was a little bit frantic. Seemed like something was definitely going on. And then as he began to explain what happened is when he became very calm. His demeanor completely changed.
Was that... Okay. Now, when he was talking to you, where did that take place?
Outside, underneath the carport next to his vehicle.
Now, did he explain to you or try to explain to you what happened?
At one point, he did.
Did you write a report in this case?
Yes.
Explain to the jury how you document what the defendant said in this case.
At the time on scene, I was documenting what he was saying by writing it on my notepad that I carry on me all the time.
So in this particular case, is it a fair statement you did not take like a tape statement? Is that correct?
I did not.
Now, is it important to you to get the words that he was saying accurate to then generate a report?
Yes.
And what was it that the defendant told you?
May I refer to my report?
You may. And if it's of a length that you believe the most accurate way to state what he said is to read it, that would be acceptable under these circumstances.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Now, Deputy, did you interact with the defendant at all inside of the squad car, or were you just interacting with the defendant outside?
I interacted with him outside, and then once I sat with him in the vehicle, yes, there was an interaction.
And was that Deputy Walker's car?
Yes.
If I may have a brief moment, Your Honor? Thank you. Did the defendant give to you two different statements to you?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Deputy Burdick, do you have any recording devices either on your person with all the gear you have or in your car as you're on patrol?
No, ma'am, other than just a telephone.
So a cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
But that can record things, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you carry your cell phone on you?
Yes, ma'am.
So you could record anything that you experience at a scene, right? If you weren't, say, clearing it and making sure people were safe.
Yes, ma'am.
So, for instance, in an interaction with Collin, you could have recorded that,
Yes, ma'am.
but you didn't.
I did not.
Redirect.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
He is, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Captain James Parker.
That's right, you raise your right hand to the podium.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
This way. Just watch your step over.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Good afternoon, Captain Parker. May you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Captain James Parker. I work for Polk County Fire Rescue.
Being a captain at PCFR, what are your responsibilities?
I oversee the daily operations and duties of Station 39, which is off of East Main Street for Polk County Fire Rescue, meaning the engine into rescue companies that run medical calls and fires in that area.
Tell the jury about your education and training and experience.
General high school education, and then you proceed on to a fire academy, which you are completed from that with fire standards. Then proceed on to first responder EMT, which are semester-long programs, a year of paramedic, and then subsequent classes in driver engineer school, as well as fire officer 1, which is another 5 or 6 courses. To which you can then test and get certified to be a captain.
To attain the rank of captain, did you have to come up through the ranks and work the different positions?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And how many years have you been on the job?
With Polk County Fire Rescue, this will be year 11 for me.
All right. Now, Captain Parker, during your time in your position, not necessarily just as a captain, but just in your career, have you had the opportunity to respond to many different scenes where somebody has been injured?
Yes, sir. On average, about 2,000 calls a year.
During those many, many calls, have you ever seen a victim that has been stabbed, that had a stab wound?
There's been quite a few. I'm not sure as to how many.
All right, I want to direct your attention to this case particularly. What was your responsibility as it pertains to September 8th of 2024?
My crew and myself were dispatched to a call. It was dispatched as an assault call, which is a generic code out for something that was put in through dispatch. We were responding per our policy. We staged at a short distance away until law enforcement is able to arrive on scene and make sure the scene is secured and safe. At which time we then proceed on scene and provide any medical need or necessity of the victim/patients.
Did you enter the residence to see the victim?
Yes, sir.
Describe to the jury what you saw.
We entered through the front door, went through the living room area, back into the kitchen, at which point they were escorting the accused, out of the residence. The victim herself was laying on the kitchen floor, supine, and with a pool of blood.
What does supine mean?
On her back.
Now, did she have any signs of life whatsoever?
No, sir.
The pale color, what is that indicative of?
Typically of blood loss or poor circulation.
Is she checked for a pulse and her vitals and whatnot?
Yes, sir. Per usual, we arrive on scene, check the patient's responsiveness. She was not responsive, to which I could then tell she was not breathing. A pulse was checked for and not obtained, as she did not currently have one. CPR was initiated for a brief few seconds until further extent of the injuries could be checked, and then it was determined among the crew and myself that the injuries were not sustainable.
So, based upon the severity of the stab wounds, was there anything you could further do for her?
No, sir.
Now, what can you tell the jury about what you saw pertaining to the stab wound?
The stab wound itself did not seem to be very wide. It was kind of narrow in size. Upon further inspection after starting the CPR, it was obvious that every time I did a compression, there was air that was coming through the wound itself. So it was obviously pretty deep. It looked like a lot of the vasculature and the stuff inside of the wound itself was very obvious and could be seen, and that they had cut major areas such as the arteries.
Okay. What was the terminology you used? The vascular? What is
Vasculature, yes, sir.
What does that mean?
Meaning the tissue and stuff surrounding.
So the inside of her neck was apparent. You could actually see what was inside?
Yes, sir.
What was the defendant's demeanor like?
From my personal experience, it was a little odd in nature. He didn't seem very distraught or upset. He seemed kind of calm upon my entering the residence, and then upon exiting the residence, he seemed to almost have a not a full argument, but somewhat argumentative with the deputies that were trying to assist him out of the residence.
Now, during the 11 years when you've interacted with different people at a scene similar to this, I mean, is there any one way to act, or do you see it all?
No, it's different for each person.
Okay. Was the way that you described the defendant's demeanor, did that stand out? Did that stand out compared to the other scenes you've been to?
Yeah, that's not. I mean, like I said, I've seen several, and to be distraught, to be upset, or to be in tears or even hysterical is pretty common. I would say that's what I see most of the time, and he didn't seem to be any of those.
All right, Captain Parker, I don't have any further questions for you.
Thank you. Cross.
Captain Parker, do you have any psychological training?
No, ma'am, I do not.
You did say that there is no one right way for somebody to act after they've been through either a fight or a traumatic experience, right?
I did say that.
So you cannot say what was going on inside of Collin's mind or heart when you saw him, can you?
No, ma'am, I didn't say what was going on inside of him.
And you have no idea what he's been through in his life and what coping mechanisms he has devised or that he has had to come up with to survive those things, do you?
No, ma'am, I've never met him before this.
Okay. And you have no idea what happened in that kitchen before you arrived, do you?
No, ma'am, I cannot speculate as to that.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Captain Parker, was the stab wound that you saw consistent with the victim being stabbed by somebody?
I would think so.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
No objection, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornton? Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness.
Your Honor, the last witness for today will be Polk County Fire Rescue Paramedic Owen Mullen.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Step up here, watch your step. Signature.
Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing?
All right, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Owen Mullen, O-W-E-N-M-U-L-L-E-N. I'm a firefighter paramedic for Polk County Fire Rescue.
Tell the jury about your training and experience.
So I started in New York State in about 2017, 2018 as a firefighter EMT. I became paramedic in 2021. I moved here in 2022, or actually correct, 2023. I've worked at Polk County Fire Rescue since I moved here.
And in your current position, what are your responsibilities?
So on my crew, I'm the lead paramedic. I work on the ambulance, so I make patient care decisions.
And was that what you were working September 8th of last year?
Yes.
Tell the jury about how you responded to the crime scene in this case.
We were dispatched to, I believe, an assault call. While we were responding to there, we got information on our dispatch that the patient had gotten an injury to her neck. She was bleeding. She was not conscious. And the dispatch was giving the caller life-saving instructions. And then we were going to stage in the area for a police to secure the scene.
Did you have an opportunity to actually go inside the house?
Yeah, once the deputies cleared the scene, we went in and I found the patient in the kitchen.
What did you notice about the patient?
She was lying face up. She had a wound to her neck. It was narrow and very deep, and she was no longer bleeding. She was not conscious.
And from the very deep wound, did you have any further thoughts about the nature of the wound?
You could see all the way back to her neck very easily. You could see her vasculature, her muscle tissue were obviously visible, and that type of injury is incompatible with life.
Did you have an opportunity to observe the defendant's demeanor on scene?
I did not directly interact with him, but when I did notice him, he was outside talking with the deputies. He did not appear upset, and he was almost kind of annoyed with their questioning of him.
Have you been to other scenes where somebody's family member, or spouse, or close friend has been killed?
Yes, very frequently.
All right. And what do you typically see there?
Typically, they'd be very upset and hysterical, although it is different for every person.
Did the defendant's demeanor seem out of the ordinary to you?
Yes.
Were you the one that eventually declared the victim officially deceased?
Yes.
And at what time was that?
I believe at 18:27.
That being 6:27 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, is that? I understand that's the official time you write down, but is it a fair statement that she could have been dead about obviously before that time? That's just when you declared her dead?
Yes, that time is when we called on the radio and I declared her deceased.
What happens
but
if you...
her actual time of death could have been before that.
Okay, gotcha. Do you declare a time of death if you arrive to a scene like a day or two after somebody's been dead?
Yes, because we are normally the first medical provider that sees that person, and usually when we declare that that's the time of death, that stays with the patient, unless there's some other circumstances.
Okay, so as you said earlier, though, the patient could have died in a general sense, minutes, hours, days before?
Correct.
Not in this particular case, but just in general sense?
Correct.
All right, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Cross-exam.
Mr. Mullen, how many Polk County Fire Rescue personnel entered the kitchen?
We had a crew of 5 on my crew. I have a partner on the ambulance, and we had 3 on the engine, so I believe all 5 of us had entered, so I believe 5.
5 people entered the actual kitchen.
Correct.
And how many people laid hands on or got close enough to apply, like, the little stickers we see on Miss Griffith's body?
Myself, my captain who just testified, and then one of my firefighter EMTs had placed those stickers on. Those are the 3 I know. I don't believe anyone else actually had touched her directly.
The area where she was laying was quite confined, right?
Yes.
And the scene was messy when you arrived,
Yes.
as far as blood?
Yes.
Today, while you were waiting to testify, did you talk about your testimony with any of the other witnesses, say your partner or the captain or the deputies who also responded and cleared the scene for you?
Not exactly. You're just making conversation.
Didn't talk about this case at all?
We talked about the case, but not what we were going to say.
Okay. Thanks.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, that will be the last witness that the state has to present today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making up for your late day yesterday. We're going to end a little bit early today. It's almost 3:30. Please remember you're not to even begin thinking about how you might decide this case or form any opinions about the case. Of course, don't talk to anyone about it or look anything up. Please enjoy your evening. We will see you tomorrow morning at 8:30.
All rise, please. Ready, seated?
Anything we need to take up, Mr. Levine?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
No, sir.
All right. I will see you tomorrow morning at 8:30.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all for joining on day 1, and tomorrow it will be the same time. Share your thoughts in the comments. I'm curious about Collin's mental health. That's my biggest thing because it's like his demeanor is like a light switch. So thanks for joining, and we'll see you tomorrow at the same time. Have a good evening.